Nice. Hello and welcome back to Dukes on Twitch. Back today with Green, White, Black Maverick. I'm quickly going to set this up. Nice. So this is a kind of new rendition. Pretty close to what I was playing on the last stream. So some of the things we're playing around with were Once Upon a Time, main deck Skyclave Apparition, Stoneforge Mystic package is back as well, which is really cool. And I've been really enjoying, which is cool. Hey Wolf, 5-0 would be nice. So yeah, this of course is currently what I would consider, and I think most players would consider, is the best shell for Maverick at the moment. Black being really good to have cards like Abrupt Decay, Plague Engineer. Kai is really nice for ongoing pressure and just value. You have Thoughtseize in the sideboard for some of the combo or control matchups, which is really nice. Extra Plague Engineer. Kai Ghost Assassin has been really strong in the past, especially with Achilles' list. He's been really enjoying it out of the board, so I'm pretty keen to go back to a 4-mana Walker, and I think Kaya is just what I want. It's pretty good because you can reset some things like a Plague Engineer or like a Kaya, but one thing that I'm seeing right now is that I did take out the Skyclaves to the sideboard to make more space for the Kaya and the Hex Drinker, but now I don't have a Green Sun's target for equipment or artifacts in the main deck because Night of Autumn was pushed to the board to make room for main deck Skyclaves, so I might actually switch this up and put in the Night of Autumn and bring in Hex Drinker for when I want it as an early threat against some of the decks where it can just, if it's not answered in the early game, it can just take over the mid to late game. So that's a quick fix that I'll change. I'm just going to quickly update the deck list as well to online. So give me 1 second. Export, nice, 1.3. I also have a giveaway, which is cool. I have 3 packs of Ikoria, I believe. They're Japanese collector's boosters, which are cool, so you can find that on my Twitter, and I'll also give away a pack to chat, which should be pretty cool. So I'll do that between rounds 2, 3, and 4. Cupboard Live. I'll show you as well how easy it is for Cupboard Live to actually update your deck. So all you have to do is clear it. I'm streaming Magic online. I'm uploading this. Checks out if it's okay. It is, which is awesome. I can check the colors. That's perfect. And that is all done. I was really liking Stoneforge Mystic in this build because it does make use of your late game mana dorks. I was really enjoying Bant because Oko kind of does the same thing. Hey, Ask for Alex. Welcome. So having some flexibility with late game mana dorks is really nice. And we did win a few games where we just put a Noble Hierarch on a Sword of Fire and Ice or even a late game Batterskull and just jammed, which is pretty cool. So this should be pretty fun. I was thinking about changing a few things around, like maybe there's room for something like Night of Awesome and Kaya in the board because Skyclave is probably just more relevant in the main in game 1. So something like this, but it's nice just to have that Green Sun's target of Night. I was playing Skyclave with Once Upon a Time, so I did have a little bit more flexibility with actually finding it, but it's an interesting one. Hey Knight Rider, welcome. The nice thing about Kaya and Night of Autumn, I guess Night of Autumn is similar to Skyclave where you don't want to play it unless you're getting value, and Kaya you can just slam on the board, so I am going to stick to my guns. So I'm going to play Skyclaves in the side. But it is tough to think of a matchup outside of some sort of fast combo deck where Skyclave isn't relevant game 1. But I guess we will we will learn from any mistakes we make. Play points, Green Black Maverick. Nice. Nice. And now I can even go to the in-game show. There we go. Hope everyone is well. Hope you had a nice Christmas or holidays or whatever you celebrate. I time the coast, which is nice. It's now back in Brisbane for me, my hometown, and some time out before work next week, which is pretty good. But Knight Rider, hope you're okay in Italy. I know Italy was hit pretty hard by the virus, so hopefully you, as a country, are coming out of it okay. US, of course. I do have a few US viewers, so Hopefully you guys are doing alright. I know it's pretty tough over there right now, so definitely thinking of you. Dr. Stacks, hello. Holidays went well. Yeah, really well, thank you. Nice to have some time out, see some family, drink some beers. Went to the coast, which is pretty good. Hope you did as well. Hope you had some nice time out. Some pretty interesting things happening in the Legacy world. I got to play on 90s MTG last week, which is cool. I played with Maverick, and I went undefeated, which is cool. It was only 3 rounds, but the deck that I played was similar to the one I play online, and that felt really cool. You're in your car just driving from Brisbane from Rocky. That's a big trip. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it goes pretty quickly. Hopefully also traffic isn't too bad. I assume not. Oh, just driving into Brisbane from Rocky. Okay, that changes it up, but still, that's quite the trip. Tom, so close. 48 trophies. I wonder if he will make it to 50 within the month. Or at least within the year 2020. Crazy amount. Obviously doing really well. It's always interesting to see like Tom with his deck of Rainbow Depths doing really well, and then Pokimoki also playing a similar kind of style where they've built their own deck and obviously have bashed that. But I know that Pokey was in chat the other day and saying that he's actually played a few different decks, which is pretty cool for his total trophies. Orem drops in. Paradise Lost is an interesting one. I feel like Paradise Lost has won a challenge or top 8'd a challenge with Maverick before. I know and Bobba has. They are also a player that is pretty well known for trying out different decks and doing well with them, and has done really well with Maverick a few times. Arkin, another good streamer. Hallow Newton, another streamer, and an Elves aficionado, which is really cool. True Hero actually we've raided a few times and played against. I think they're on a similar time schedule to us, which is pretty cool. Styfro, nice, the style. Sharkcaster Mage, I believe, is Rodrigo Tugores. I always say his name incorrect, so I apologize if I get the pronunciation wrong. JPA, nice. Andres Mueller, interesting. Shout out to Yihui, who is a Melbourne player. Plays a lot of Bug Zenith. Very good player. I believe top 8'd their recent Moxing Day in Melbourne. They had a Eternal Weekend with Modern, Legacy, and Vintage days. So I'm pretty sure he top 8'd the Legacy, which is very cool. Flow True is a big Eldrazi player. Also streams. He is a Japanese-based player, I believe. Hey, Mr. Haru. Welcome. Hey, Time. Welcome. This is a pretty sweet hand. Turn 2, Stoneforge Mystic. Turn 3, Kaya or Abrupt Decay. Obviously great against a fair deck, but against a combo deck, not the greatest, but we are going to be able to cast everything we draw into, which is nice, so I'm more than happy to keep this. My best draw is probably either a Thalia or just a turn 1 Mana Dork. Not too sure what my opponent's on. Snow-covered island astrolabe. Okay. Well, at least here we have a target for the Kaya, which is really nice. Wasteland. Not the card I want in this matchup, but here I'm pretty happy just to play a Verdant and pass. I think Verdant gives away the least amount of information. Also, hopefully my mic and the sound of the music is okay. I did change a few things up, and I did check it, but it should be fine. It's good. Okay, thank you very much. Knight's interesting. Not that strong in this matchup, but obviously nice to have a backup threat. Hey, Mr. Hardu, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Play some trap beats. Salty McTaylor, I will see what I can do with the royalty-free music. What do I want here? I think I want to buy you, because we can go Stoneforge into Kaya. Snow has a fair amount of removal spells, so I'm going to assume they have a removal spell for the Stoneforge Mystic. Some things to consider are, do I want my opponent to use something like an Abrupt Decay on this so they don't have it for the Kaya? Which would probably mean I would go for a Batterskull to make the Stoneforge a real threat. Otherwise, I could think about the sort of Fire and Ice, because it does give protection from Ice Venquidal, and also Uro, which is kind of nice. I'm going to go for the Batterskull, because I kind of want to make my opponent have to deal with the Stoneforge Mystic. The only awkward thing is that if they don't have a removal spell this turn, then next turn I have to think about either holding up a Stoneforge or playing Kaya. And I'm going to assume here it's just black with Astrolabe. No. Interesting. Oko's fine. They're going to create a food. That's pretty interesting. So now we have some pretty good options. I think here I do like just getting rid of the Oko instead of holding up the Batterskull. We do have... I'm pretty fortunate to hit up to 6 lands, so even if we draw into Thalia, I can still hardcast the Batterskull. So I think it is just going to be Abrupt Decay. Don't let them get any more value out of the Oko, and just attack with the Stoneforge. Yeah, Legacy's in a pretty interesting spot. I know there's a few people who aren't a big fan of the Snow decks, the Rug Delver decks, where there's a lot of value in the cards that you play, and they can really take a lot of time to deal with. So Maverick does have, a tough time dealing with Oko. It's nice to have access to Abrupt Decay here, but it can be pretty tough. Another land is interesting. If I wanted to be really aggressive with the Wasteland here, I could actually play the Wasteland and hold it up for the Flooded Strand, so if they try to Brainstorm, I can actually take the Shuffle effect away from them before they resolve their Brainstorm. But I think here, I just want to go for Kaya. And I probably want to tick up. I could tick down on the Astrolabe, but if they have Ice Fang, then I lose the Kaya. So I think it's just a land play. Kaya tick up on probably the Oko and the Swords. Could also be a Force Negation. Hey Dark Cloud, welcome. And in this case, I actually made the mistake of playing my land first. There's no need to play around days against this deck, but being able to Wasteland them off this Tundra here is pretty good, and I've obviously given up that right. And there's Uro. So this is going to be a threat that I have to deal with pretty quickly. I can draw into Swords to Plowshares. They didn't have another land, which is interesting. Yeah, I think Kai is really strong, even just for incremental advantages. They missed another land drop, so they've actually locked themselves out with Brainstorm. So I definitely want to go hit the Tundra here, because it's going to stop my opponent from being able to cast their Uro next turn, which is really nice. You like Maverick because it has no blue? Yeah, it definitely plays very fair. Which can be a bad thing at times, but here it's a interesting deck to win with. My opponent looks to have kept a Force of Will. Okay. Pitching a Hull Breacher. Okay, they're playing main deck Hull Breacher. That's pretty interesting. Hull Breacher, a pretty new card from Commander, which I'm sure most of you would have heard of, but for those of you who haven't, it's a 3-mana flash creature. If an opponent would draw a card, except for the first one they draw each turn, instead they draw nothing, and you get a treasure token for each one. Thalia. So I could drop the Batterskull. That doesn't stop the Uro, but it does give me a big threat. I could try to draw into something like Scavenging Ooze to eat the Uro, because I could play a land, draw, green suns for 2, and then have a green left over to actually eat the Uro. But I think here I'm happy just to play the Canopy and hardcast the Batterskull. My opponent doesn't have the mana up for Force Negation, which is really nice. Yeah, it's like Notion Thief, but it's pretty playable. I think the big part of it is that it's 2 and a blue, so it makes the Ancient Tomb decks really good. I am going to attack here because I am pretty happy to trade the Noble for an Ice Quaddle, if that's their last card in hand. Interesting, cracking the food. Yeah, it really does. Even in a format like Vintage, having cards like Hull Breacher, which you can cast off Lotus, is pretty huge. Alright. This is a massive turn because we really need to draw something. We drew a Wasteland, which is pretty dead here, so I'm going to cycle this Horizon Canopy and hope to hit. Swords to Plowshares would be fantastic. Windswept Heath. Okay, not the greatest. Let's go ahead and cast Thalia. And then I will play Windswept. No great attacks either. So unfortunately, this Uro is going to stick, which isn't something that I see too often. Maverick usually by this time has a Swords to Plowshares or some sort of graveyard hate going on. I could block and then return the Batterskull, which isn't the worst. I'm going to fetch first. Get a Scrubland, so I have 2 black sources. And then I could even block with both creatures to see if they have a removal spell. They do have 4 cards in hand, but it would mean they'd be able to fetch and then just recast the Uro from the graveyard, which is pretty rough. So I actually don't like blocking here. I like trying to attack back with the Germ. Yeah, so I'm actually just gonna allow this block to not happen. It's not a great trade. Yeah, Uru is a very interesting card. Obviously, a lot built into the body, which is pretty tough. And in a deck, or in a format like Legacy, there's obviously a lot of ways to get it back pretty early on. Jace. Jace is pretty good. Jace is interesting because they have tapped out. And they can't hold up something like Swords to Plowshares here because of the Thalia, which is kind of nice. So we're going to be able to kill the Jace and then send 2 at them as well. They did play the Plains this turn, I believe, or at least the Flooded Strands, so they didn't miss a land there. Another Thalia isn't great. So let's go attack Jace, attack them. I'm just going to play the Windswept Heath because it can get me a Dryad Arbor if I need it. And pass back. But Uro here going to be really good at keeping my opponent in this game and really getting ahead card by card, because every attack gains them 3 life, every attack gains them a card, which is pretty tough. I mean, we have from a Maverick perspective, it can be hard enough keeping up with an Uro that's just got the one trigger off an ETB. So allowing my opponent to have multiple ways to actually get through to it is pretty tough. Hey Retna, you can find the deck list on the screen. You should be able to see the cardboard live functionality, and that should be sort of the back of cards. Interesting to get rid of the Thalia. Could be a Snapcaster into Swords. It's going to be an Oko. Okay. If they try to hit the Batterskull here, I should probably try to return it. Yeah. I am gonna take this hit. Fetch out Dried Upper. Untap. Plague's interesting. It is an answer to the Uro, so let's go for Wasteland first and see if our opponent floats mana, because if they have swords, they probably want to swords one of these creatures. They're going to float blue. That's actually interesting. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I definitely want to attack the Yoko just to get it out of 5 range. So let's go with Thalia first and then Plague. Probably the same Snake. Means that if for some reason the Plague Engineer survives a turn, we can get rid of any Ice Finquaddles. But at least now we can just 6 for a bit. Swords, it's pretty good. Hey Manu Meth, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy? Oh, getting aggressive here. It's pretty nice. I sadly do kind of just have to block here, probably with the Hierarch. Kind of want to keep the Thalia for now. 2, 4. There's some thought to actually just lose the Thalia because then I can cast Batterskull next turn and have 2 mana up, but with Yoko in play, it's tough. Definitely in a pretty poor spot. And really a game where Uro's just showing its true power and taking over the game. Narset's pretty good. Obviously really good with Hull Breacher in the deck as well. And they find a Swords. Alright. Well, there's a Green Suns, which is interesting. Because we can go 2, 3, 4, 5. Green Suns for Questing Beast. But they have a Force. Okay. So this matchup is definitely about value. So there are some changes that I'd like to make. I can definitely go down a Wasteland. I do like Tireless Tracker. I don't mind Thoughtseize and Kaya. Skyclave Apparition's also pretty good. Teeg is interesting. They're probably playing Dead of Winter over something like Supreme Verdict, so I think Teeg is probably going to be stopping me a lot from casting Green Suns or maybe a late game Kaya that is actually interrupting my opponent. Plagues are interesting. I don't think Leyline is worth it just for Uro. I think I can rely on the Kaya and the Scavenging Ooze to deal with it. I just don't like that Leyline, otherwise, other than in your opening hand, it is a pretty dead draw. And I just can't afford that against a deck like Snow, where they just keep piling on the pressure. I think Ramanap's pretty bad as well. I think Tiles Tracker for Ramanap is more than fine. I do like the equipment package, even though they have an Oko base. I don't mind dropping down on Knights. They just aren't that effective in this matchup. I do like the Decays. I do like the Sylvan Library. It's probably our best card in the deck. Collector Oof can come out. Even though it hits Astrolabe, I don't think that's enough. I'm also going to go down on a Mana Dork. They're probably playing Plague Engineer and also Dead of Winter, so I don't want to rely too heavily on my early Mana Dorks for mana. I think this is pretty good. There's some thought for Hexdrinker, but Oko makes it pretty rough. I could cut Jide as well, but it can be okay at making some of these dorks a little bit more of a threat in the late game, and it can deal with Ice Fang, which is pretty huge. I think we'll see how game 2 goes, and we'll see how we want to board if there is a game 3. Would love to play first. Sand is good, but the Dryad Arbor and the Green Suns don't really line up, so I am going to mulligan this. This is pretty good. It's a turn 2 Kaya. It's pretty heavy on the swords, so if they're not on an Uro plan, then it's going to be pretty poor, but I like keeping this and bottoming 1 swords. And let's just go for Forest into Noble. Hey, I'm Giffy. Welcome. Hope you're well. This might actually draw out a swords early on. They might think I'm kind of cut off on mana if I don't have the Noble around. So we'll see if they go for the Noble here. I have defoiled my Maverick deck. Yeah, it's been kind of nice to have, but I did want to build out some other lender decks that I have. Force his Brainstorm. I could have led with the Knight as bait. Maybe that was correct. Portent. Interesting. I haven't seen Portent in a little while. Maverick's okay. I wouldn't say it's the strongest. I think if you're wanting to play a grindy deck, then Snow or some of the mid-range decks are really strong. I also don't mind Bug Zenith. I think Bug Zenith is really well positioned. No swords is nice. Brainstorm first. Cloudpost would be cool to build out, especially seeing a lot of the new builds don't play Candelabra. It's a lot cheaper than it used to be. Urza is actually pretty interesting here. I'm going to attack into an Ice Fang because we have the swords. No blocks. I'll fetch for the extra damage and just play a Savannah. And then I don't actually mind playing out sort of Fire and Ice and holding up swords. Instead of going wide with creatures, I don't mind trying to make the Noble Hierarch a threat as well that my opponent has to deal with. Because something like Dead of Winter off the top is just pretty much game. Terminus. Or Terminus. This is going to be like a Bant Miracles deck. At least next turn if I don't draw a land. I guess I still have the play of just Scavenging Ooze and hold up Savannah, which holds up swords and eat with Screws, which is nice. Oko's pretty good. So tap like this. And then I think I might just, I could equip to the sort of Fire and Ice, but I think holding up Savannah and Dried Arbor potentially is just better. Mentor is going to be fine. I'll respond to this with Sword. And hopefully their last 2 cards left aren't Force and Blue card. And they are. Yeah, that's going to be tough to come back from. This is where Maverick really falls behind, and just the ability to keep up with so many 2-for-1s. And even there where, you know, a Force is still doing a lot of damage to me, and then they're recouping that value from just creating monks. Hey Fett, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Knight of Autumn, not the greatest here. The Oko on board is just going to take over this game, unfortunately, but at least I can start going after their Astrolabe so it can't become a 3-3. There was a play to go for Dried Arbor last turn and attack with sort of Fire and Ice this turn, but with the monks in play it makes it a little bit rough. Yeah, I didn't want to do it because of this situation. I'd rather see if I can get to a stage where my opponent attacks with everything, and then untap and attack with the sword and get a draw trigger. See, I think that's incorrect. I would have definitely attacked with at least the food, and possibly even the monks, and just kept the Monastery Mentor at bay. From the US, I play Snowko, Delver, and Burn. Interesting. Some nice variety there. We will attack Oko. I guess I could have attacked them if I wanted to get the extra draw, but probably should have just attacked them, because they could just let this through, honestly. They're going to double block. Okay, that's fine. Even something like Plague Engineer here isn't a great out. I think my best play is just drawing in Abrupt Decay. There's no great advantage to playing the land here, so I am just going to allow this to slide. Hey Welsh, hope you're well. Thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? I do primarily play Greens and Zenith decks. Yes, but I also play Death and Taxes. A lot of fair decks. I'm a big fan of the fair decks. Obviously, they get pretty hosed by Snow, unfortunately. The value just doesn't line up. But they usually put up a better fight. I will say that. Maverick has a really good community as well. The Discord's really good. Very open to new players. We got 40 people. I'm going to do my first giveaway. So I have here a Japanese pack of Ikoria. I think it's a collector's pack. So if you want to get in and get this, you can type Maverick in chat, and that'll put you into the giveaway to actually win this pack. I would like to open it on stream, but if you don't, that's cool. I'll send it anywhere in the world. But yeah, pretty cool. A nice little giveaway. Hey Bronze Panda, welcome. Hope you're well. Yeah, just a thank you to you guys for coming in, hanging out, watching some Maverick action. It's pretty sweet. I think there's some pretty cool cards in here. I'm not too sure what you can get, but some of the new artwork is very, very cool. Even though these are kind of old now, but I think they're pretty sweet. Hey, Bron, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from as well. If you play Legacy, what decks you play. Time and Manner, welcome. I hope you're having a great day as well. It is 8:08 p.m. here, so nearly over, but is that Philip Coombe? That's Philip Coombe. Haha. Hey, Phil. Hope you're well. Hope everything is okay overseas. I'll have to call you sometime. It'll be good to catch up. You're from Argentina and currently building Commander. Very cool. Welsh, you're from Wales, obviously. You played Maverick D&T for about 4 to 5 years. Nice to catch a live Maverick stream. That's cool. Nice to have you. I do need to have a shave. This is getting a bit rugged, but it is holidays here, so I'm enjoying that. All right, I'll give you guys 10 more seconds to put Maverick in chat if you want to win this pack, and then we'll see who gets it. I'm actually really keen to open it, so hopefully whoever wins it is happy for me to open it on stream. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The winner is Welsh Giant. Welcome. Congratulations. Would you be happy with me opening this on stream? Obviously, I'll send you all the cards, but it would be cool if I got to see what's in here as well. But no pressure. There's no pressure whatsoever. What does Welsh Giant have to say? Hey, Retna, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Go for it? Okay, cool. All right. So, I'm sure you guys can hear. Oof. Nice. Ooh, that's a pretty cool foil. It's just a token, but... Okay, so we got a foil 8/8 Kraken token. I'm not too good with the names, so I'm just going to show you them and slide them over. A cat. I feel the first one was like a lynx. Oh, I believe this card is actually played in some sort of deck. Nice. A lion. Oh, I remember this card. I played this on MTG Draft Arena. It's Mutate. You make a 3/3. Mountain. That rare. Nice. Oh, that looks like a... I know this one. It's a Glass Titan or something similar. I think at the beginning of your attack phase, it gets like either First Strike or Trample or Lifelink or Vigilance for whatever it doesn't have. Oh, this is cool. I believe that's a card where it's some sort of sweeper where you can kill anything of 4 CMC or greater or 4 CMC or less. That's a sick, very cool artwork on that one. I like that one. Crystalline Giant, thank you. And a Extinction Event, yes. Nice. Oh, that's a Tri-Land. That's the Mardu Tri-Land, which is pretty sweet. And then we have this big white guy. And, oh, a foil one of this bad boy. I believe it's whenever you do something, something happens. It's a 3/4. Oh, whenever you mutate, you draw a card, I believe. Nice. So that's a pretty cool pack. Welsh, I hope you enjoy it. If you want to send me a private PM on Twitch, you can send them back. You can send me your address and I'll send them through. But yeah, pretty cool. I think the pack was pretty nice. Damn, I love that artwork. Very, very cool. Yeah, some nice pulls. I have 2 more packs, and they will be for Twitter. So if you are on Twitter, you can find me on Twitter at Dukes on Twitch, and you can retweet to enter, which will be there for another probably 20 minutes while we play this game too. Get some paper and write down the winners as well. That's a pretty sweet pack. Very, yeah, very cool. I like those kind of cartoon or comic book art styles. Very cool. Welsh. Mardu land and that crystal. Nice. But yeah, Snow's really tough. And if you are a player who is on Maverick or other FedEx and have found a card that's really getting at Snow, let me know in chat. I'd love to know. It's really, I think the matchup is really about leveraging value. So having cards like Knight of Autumn or Plague Engineer or Kaya that either give you value on ETB and then make your opponent actually deal with them with a card. So if you can Plague Engineer named Snake to deal with an Ice Quaddle instead of spending a Swords to Plowshares on it, then you're in a good spot. This is a 1-lander with Green Suns for Dryad Arbor. And I don't like relying on Green Suns for Dryad Arbor as my second land, so I'm going to mulligan this. This is better. It's a turn 2 Thalia or a turn 2 Collector Oof, and then Questing Beast can go to the bottom, so I'll keep this in bottom Questing Beast. I'll play the Verdant to play around Wasteland and just pass. Prismatic Vista. Okay, that's interesting. Windswept. Alright, let's go Savannah. Fetch. I'll get a Bayou and play Thalia. Hey Bronze. Yeah, you can find the deck list on the Cardboard Live functionality on the screen. It should be the back of cards that you can see. Jit is a very powerful card, yeah. I really like it. Especially on attack or defense. It can cause some really cool board states. Bolt. Okay. So this is looking to be something like a blue-red Delver Shell. Exile these two. There's some thought just to play Collector Oof there as well, then untap and play Jit and attack, but see how this plays out. Kaya here, good against Delver as an exile, and also pretty relevant against... I guess the thing here is that I can't play Collector Oof and attack with the Jide, so maybe I actually get Dryad Arbor with the Windswept Heath and then attack with the Jide next turn. I don't mind that. So let's play the Jide first. Yeah, it could definitely be bottom Oof as well, Alex. That's a good one, because having the Thalia means we're pretty covered for combo, so the Oof might just be overkill. I will tick up and just exile nothing, and just pass back. Hey Nathan, hope you're well. Hope you're having a nice week and having some time out over Christmas. But yeah, Besagri does seem really good. I've seen some Snow decks play back to basics, but I wouldn't say it's something to play around. It's more just a sideboard card that I've seen some decks play. I guess this could also be Sneak. It doesn't have to be a Delver deck. It's interesting that they haven't played a threat yet. But they did have Bolt, so that does actually put me on Delver. So Snapcaster Mage into Ponder is going to be more than fine. Because it means this Jide is going to connect next turn, which is really nice. I'm not going to do any fetching yet. I want to wait for them to actually set up a Ponder, not knowing that Dryad Arbor is coming in next turn. Hey, that's tough to hear, man. I'm a huge fan of you and your streams, so I hope you feel better soon. Especially with the new year coming as well. Ooh, that's actually pretty interesting. The question is, am I happy to trade the Dryad Arbor for the Snapcaster Mage and then have 2 counters for the Jide? I think I am. I think I'm actually pretty set for mana here. I could also... If I name Human... Actually, if I name Wizard, it hits Delver and also Dreadhorde Arcanist. So I don't mind just trying out Delver here. or trying out Engineer. So we'll go for Wizard. Get to exile these two, which is nice. And attack. I think attacking here is better than drawing a card with the Canopy, but it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think we have enough on board to not have to be in a position to actually draw into pressure. I think I'd rather just keep beats going. Even if they are just 1 damage a turn, it all adds up. Oh, predict. Okay. No red mana up either, so no sort of removal in response to Jude attacks, which is kind of nice. Learning to name Wizard, not repeating mistakes. Go Dukes. Yeah, I did name Human the other time. I did name Human against Dreadhorde, where I should have named Wizard because it also hits Delver. I even spoke about it and then just made the incorrect play, so can be pretty rough. Now this is an interesting one, and I think this is a line where I just want to equip the Jide to the Dry Dabber and then have 2 creatures that my opponent has to deal with. I'm gonna tap like this because it shows my opponent that I have the most things. Like if I tapped without showing black, I could still have Abrupt Decay here. Wow, nothing. Okay. So they currently have 7 cards in exile. So next time we can attack for 2, 4, 6, 7, put them to 7, and then just kill them with Kaya. They also have a Flooded Strand, so even if things don't work out, they're getting pretty close to lethal just through the Kaya. They're also showing they're on planes. Interesting. Verdict. Yeah, okay. Astrolabe's gonna be okay. I'm gonna sack this because I do want to draw into a threat, like Knight. Or Thalia is pretty good, even though it is late in the game. I definitely don't mind it. Opponent allowing this. I am going to keep exiling. I could go after the Astrolabe, but I think because they have quite their mana intact, I'm going to go after Brainstorm and Verdant here. Now, because I got nothing to do with my mana, I might as well just go for equipping here. I have played against Boba before in Maverick, and he has actually been on the Green Sun Zenith, which is cool, but I didn't know that he's recently been kind of dominating with Miracles. Swords is okay. Judgment. That's pretty good. Batterskull's pretty nice, but if they have Snapcast Mage into Judgment, it's a pretty big feel bad. Counterspell? Yeah. Counterbalance is fine. Knight's pretty good. Force. They don't brainstorm into it. Alright, let's go for equip. There's also a world where I just play the Oof to have 2 threats on board. Jace bounce is pretty rough. It's really a case of, is Jide really doing that much work here? My opponent's only played 1 sword, 1 bolt, 1 verdict, 1 council's judgment. I assume there's probably only 1 judgment, 1 verdict main deck, but there could be multiple swords and bolts. Jide is lethal, but I feel like my opponent's in a position where they have something, and they're forcing that, which is interesting, which makes me feel like they have an answer to the knight, but not to multiple creatures. Okay. At least Green Suns for Questing Beast is pretty good here. Another knight isn't the worst, but I know that Force is on top, so they probably just hardcast Force here. And that's fine. They have 2 cards in hand, and I know they're drawing into Flooded Stray next turn, which isn't too bad. Teferi's pretty good. Zero cards for my opponent. I guess they get to, draw off the Astrolabe now, which is pretty good. Back to basics main deck, rough. Yikes. I'm just going to pass because I'm only drawing 1 card a turn, so I might as well keep this as unknown information for now. But this is looking pretty bad. Abrupt Decay would probably be the start, but that's actually not the worst. I get to see if we can hit the back to basics. Nice. Probably should have just equipped there, seeing the back to basics is gone. Yeah, Jace as well is going to make this really tough. I think I have 1 draw, and then I'll concede just to save some time. Yeah. This is going to be an interesting one. I do like Kaya, I do like Thoughtseize, I do like Tracker, I do like Skyclaves. I don't mind taking out Wasteland, Cradle against these sort of decks. High Rock. Probably 2 or 3 swords, to be fair. Something like this seems okay. Collector Oof doesn't seem that great either. What's this? 59. Gaddock Teeg is great. Yeah, Teeg is pretty fantastic. I don't mind Engineers just because they do stop Snapcaster, and I guess if they are playing Mentor, it does have some impact. Hexdrug is also interesting, but they do have a few ways to deal with it with Bounce in Jace or, Jace, Teferi, Terminus, and Council's Judgment, and Supreme Verdict, but I think it's still fine. It's just a case of, is it better than any other card? Ramanap's interesting. I think Ramanap, just because it can draw cards with Canopy, is more than enough. I could also see myself going down on a Knight. Because I am going down on High Rocks and also Cradle, I do have less explosive starts, so... if I'm trading... so these 7 for these 6 for these 7. So Hex Drinker for Noble, 2 lands for 2 Thoughtseize, or Swords to Plowshares, Tiles Tracker. I think it's between Knight and Ramanap. I think it's just Knight. I don't think Knight is great in this matchup where there's so many basics. And just being able to use our graveyard as a resource thanks to Ramanap, I'm okay with that. So I think we'll see how this slides. Yeah, thankfully, although this is a deck that plays Gaddock Teeg and Green Sun Zenith, it doesn't come up too much, which is nice. I am going to keep this. It's going to be Bayou for Thoughtseize and then turn to Sylvan Library. And then we have some really hard-hitting threats, which is nice. Threats that get us value straight away off ETB. Opponent kept 7. This is a pretty interesting one. I kind of want to take the Force because I really want this Sylvan Library to resolve. But then I have to think about, am I happy for my opponent to just 2-for-1 themselves to actually deal with the library? And I think I am. I think that library's going to try to draw me so many more cards than Force of Will stops my opponent. So if my opponent is 2-for-1ing themselves, but it's stopping me from drawing 3 cards straight away, then I'm probably more than happy to take Force here. So I'm going to take the Force. Otherwise, it's pretty tough. I mean, Brainstorm, Ponder, and Preordain play pretty much the same role. Ponder and Preordain get them out of a lock where they don't have a fetch land, so I think it is just Force here. And then we know about these 6. Yeah, always interesting to see Force of Will, but I guess if my opponent is thinking of cards like maybe Choke, or cards like Sylvan Library, then there is some need for them. My opponent also played Tundra into Ponder. I think Library here off Wasteland is fine. I could Wasteland my opponent, but I'd rather build out the Library. They drew a Force. Snap. Okay. So at least we know these are the last cards that they have. Pitching the Snap is pretty rough as well, because we had Kaya, which would have been really nice for it. Preordain is cast, and we see 1 bottom, 1 top. Okay. So now we have an interesting turn. We can either go Stoneforge and Wasteland, or we can go Noble and Wasteland. I don't mind Noble and Wasteland because it allows us to either play a Kaya next turn, or a Tracker and a land. We know they have Swords to Plowshares, so I probably don't mind them playing the Swords on a Noble. So I'm just going to go for Wasteland first. And then I'm going to play Noble Hierarch. I like that this allows me to draw into no lands and still play a 3-drop if they don't use their swords here. They're going to Brainstorm first, okay. And at least here, if they do spend a swords on the Stoneforge Mystic, oh sorry, on the Noble, we get to untap and play Stoneforge Mystic, which is pretty nice. And they're going to let it slide. That's really interesting. No, they're not. Okay. Haha. We actually draw into a land, so that's pretty perfect. Let's go for basic and Kaya tick up. I'm going to tick up on the Ponder and Preordain because they're 2 cards that I don't want snapcasted back. They're going to predict in main phase. Okay. Thalia. Alright, let's tick up on Swords and Brainstorm. And then I'm going to play Thalia. I do want to keep something like a Jace off the field. I don't want to play the tracker until I have a land. I really want to be patient with the tracker and make sure I can get some value off it straight away. Astrolabe is more than fine. That's pretty interesting. I still like just exile Swords and Predict. And then I could hold the Knight for back to basics. But I do want to play something here. If I play Stoneforge, I tap like this and hold up Bayou, which allows me to cast Abrupt Decay if I draw into it. I don't mind this. I'm going to get Batterskull to make the Stoneforge a real threat and just pass. There's the back to basics. Okay, so we actually played around it kind of nicely. We just have to draw into a land here. And we haven't drawn into a land for a few turns, so I think that's going to work out well. It does, but we just don't draw into the white source that we need, which is pretty interesting. So we will attack. Exile these. I think here I do want to play the Tiles Tracker, just because one land allows me to get access to either Knight or Batterskull. Mainly a fetch land. But it does put some extra pressure on the board, so I am going to play the Tracker. They're going to fetch, most likely for another blue source and just counterspell it. Okay. Well, at least that's not happening on the Night of Autumn. Judgment's pretty good. Triad Arbor is a land. Just not the one that I need. Opponent down to 2 cards, which is kind of nice. And one of those cards is Teferi. Okay. I'm going to Ponder first, which is interesting. Both of these can go to Teferi, but the Dried Arbor does get blown out by back to basics. See what the Ponder does. Chose not to shuffle. That's always scary. They play Astrolabes. They actually tap out. Okay, they have the Mountain. Oof. Alright, well, I do want to take care of the Teferi, so I will attack with both. Terminus isn't the worst. It does make the Batterskull pretty bad now opening, but we still have the out of white source into Night of Autumn. Yikes. Yikes. Big yikes. This is Savannah. So I guess we can't really play around. We could play around Force of Will, but I think we're in a position where we just can't. We just have to try to get rid of this this back to basics. Yeah. Kai is pretty strong. It definitely depends on the metagame as well. But there are situations where Kai is really good. Especially just the ability to come straight down, usually generate some sort of value, and then have to be answered with another card from your opponent. It's been a little bit rough against this deck because our pressure hasn't really lined up with her ulti, where we've had her ultimate available, but it just hasn't really worked out. But I'm a huge fan. I think it's definitely a card that you look at and you're like, really, is this legacy playable? And then you play with it and you're like, okay, this actually has some really good value in this matchup, and also this matchup, and okay, this matchup as well. So against decks like Uro decks, it's really good against because it does give you an extra way to deal with Uro before it comes on the field. Against the lands decks, which to play devil's advocate, I think lands is already a pretty good matchup. So I don't think Kaya is needed, but it's really nice to have against, you know, your Life in the Loams, your Punishing Fires, your Mox Diamonds. Oh, Twitter draw. Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. I'm going to quickly find a Twitter, choose a... Yeah, I think it's really good against Death and Taxes as well. Being able to deal with either Mum or Vile on turn 2 if you're on the play is really good, because usually, I guess Abrupt Decay is another way to deal with both, but sometimes you only have one way to deal with either one. And Kaya obviously does both and also sticks around, which is pretty nice. Alright, that didn't work. Nice. Okay, this should work. Let's grab this. Nice. Okay, so the winner of the first one was Woosley Jordan. I'm not sure if you're in chat, but if you are, definitely let me know. I'm going to open the pack. We're going to open the pack for them. So this will be Jordan's. Congratulations. Thanks for taking part in the giveaway. Not even a game win yet. That's pretty rough. Oh, okay. Starting off with a very nice card. It's actually a Japanese foil elk, which is kind of cool. Very cool for those Oko players out there. I believe this is just a dual land. This thing from hell. Very close to Brainstorm in this artwork. I believe this is like a tap ability on opponent's creatures. Mutate for sure. This one's pretty cool. I like the artwork. Ooh, a nice swamp. These are cool. All these are foil as well, which is pretty sweet. The rare is some sort of dinosaur-looking thing. We then have... Oh, I believe this card was hyped on a spoiler, but didn't really see too much legacy play. I could be wrong, though. It is a 3-mana 4/5 with, I believe, an upside. Gem Razor, very cool. This guy. Oh, okay. That's pretty sweet. I believe when it enters play and mutates, you do something. That's pretty bad. This is the Abzan Triland, which is pretty cool. Big fan of that. And then the last one, oh, Godzilla, but the red creature. And was that another Triome? Oh, that's a foil Mardu Triome. That's pretty nice. That's pretty good. So, Jordan, congratulations. Thanks for taking part. And yeah, that's pretty sweet. Double Triome pack is pretty cool, especially with one foil. It has menace and gives a death touch counter to a creature your opponent controls, I believe. There we go, that's correct. That's it. Thank you, Aurum. A huge thank you. Yeah, the foil elk is really nice. Let's quickly get it. Yeah, this is it here. I'm a huge fan of it. Can't really see because of the green screen, but it is pretty sweet. It looks so much better in person than it does otherwise. I'll put a picture of it on my Twitter later on with some of the other cards that got pulled from these packs because they are pretty sweet, especially in Japanese. They look really nice, and these foils, for now, are pretty straight. Haha, hey Nathan. This is an interesting one. Sadly, the Cradle makes this pretty unplayable, so I'm going to mulligan this. The mana just isn't there. Yeah, I'm sure it can. Even out of something like Black-Red Reanimator as a 3-drop, I'm guessing Regisaur is just better from a time perspective, but it is something you can. I'll keep this. I'm going to bottom the second Hierarch. We do have a bunch of mana here, and the second Stoneforge could be really good. It is something you can Dark Ritual into, that's what I'll say. Preordain, okay. Last time we played Nathan, he was on blue-white Show and Tell, or OmniTell, which is a pretty tough matchup as well, but we'll see how this goes. I think we're just going to go for a Savannah into Noble. We'll see what we draw. I might want to go Bayou because it opens up all my colors. But if they aren't on Show and Tell and I lose the Noble and I untap with Bayou and Wasteland, I can't play the Stoneforge. So I think for now, I'm just going to play my hand and go for Windswept Heath because it allows me to get Stoneforge Mystic out turn 2 as well. Swords, okay. Probably not relevant in this matchup, but we'll see how it goes. Savannah. Noble. Alright, no Force of Will from Nathan. Preordain. Let's see what these do. Two cards to the bottom and 2 cards to the bottom. So they're obviously digging and pretty hard as well. Let's go for Bayou. Attack with Noble. And just cast Stoneforge. And I think just to actually get some damage going, I'm going to go for Sword of Fire and Ice. Who won the last pack? It was, let me quickly check. It was Woosley Jordan. Jordan Woosley. A single dad who loves MTG, Delver's love, Delver's life. Now I wish I didn't give it to him. Haha, no, I'm kidding. Delver players are A-okay. Oh, Sylvan Library. That's actually pretty nice because now I get to play Library. I assume we're seeing like Intuition held up. I can't attack with anything here. I'm just gonna hold up the sword. Cunning Wish, yeah, even worse. Yikes. Unfortunately, they're going to get Swords to Plowshares. Interesting. They have Flooded Strand, so they're going to go for it now. Or they're just going to go for the win. No. Interesting. They're going to Swords the Hierarch now, which is interesting. That is going to resolve. But it does mean I get to attack with a creature. QB is actually pretty nice. Especially for just getting damage through. So I think I am just going to pay... I mean, against blue-white Show and Tell, my life total doesn't really matter. it is nice to sometimes stay above 15, so you can try to build out your board, survive an Emrakul attack, and then swing back with one large creature. But I think in this case, I do just have to ramp a little bit and dig for something as well. So equip here. Play Noble. We could draw into a land now as well because we drew everything off the Sylvan Library, which will allow me to Green Suns for Dried Arbor. Knight. Okay. Still not a bad card because I can put this in off the Show and Tell, which would allow me to untap and get Karakas if I do get to untap. But sometimes I just don't get to. Put on top, put on top. I'm gonna go for Questing Beast here. See if it resolves. It does. I'm gonna go all in. If they have something like Terminus and this isn't blue-white Stoneblade, that's pretty rough. But I do want to get the shuffle effect to maybe draw into a live card off the top. Cunning Wish. Okay. Another Swords. Okay. This is fine. We still deal 4. And we do have lethal on board with a Questing Beast, so my opponent has to win this turn or find a way to deal with a Questing Beast. And they just don't get it. Interesting. So luckily we were in a position where Nathan had to go for Cunning Wish into Swords to Plowshares to actually not die, instead of Cunning Wish for, I'm assuming, something like Show and Tell to win the game, but probably just didn't find the pieces to actually get 2 together. Which is going to be interesting. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Deafening Silence is okay. Gaddock Teeg does stop Force of Will, and it also stops Shared Summons if they're playing that. It doesn't look like it's the green version, but usually the decks tend to play Shared Summons in the board over something like Eldumri's Call these days, because you just get to cast it for free anyway with Omniscience. Swords can come out, Ramanap can come out, Plagues, Kaya can come out, Decays can come out. I'm probably thinking of, I guess, like, when you see white, you think of Containment Priest, but Containment Priest is actually pretty bad for them as well. So maybe there's some things to consider here. Maybe Swords. This is actually an interesting one. I don't mind even Tiles Tracker as an early threat. And even Hex Drinker. So I just go all removal out, as weird as that sounds. We even have a space. It might just be Swords, in case my opponent brings in some sort of creature. Even if they went into like a Mentor kind of build post-board. I guess Kaya tick up 2 times is... Yeah, nah. I think it's just, yeah. It's probably having just not enough cards on the board for this matchup. So in the blind, this is a pretty good hand. It doesn't have removal, of course, because there's no removal in the deck. But against a deck like Show and Tell, this hand doesn't really do a whole lot. We get a turn 1 Zenith, turn 2 Stoneforge, turn 3 either hold up a creature, like probably play the tracker, and then turn 4 attack with Swords of Fire and Ice, but that's too long down the road. I want to find a hand with something like Deafening Silence or Thalia to really slow them down as well, so I'm going to mulligan this. And this is closer, but the mana's off with the creatures that... Yeah, the mana's off here, and the Deafening Silence is a 2 of is pretty rough, so I will go to 5. And this is actually good, but we don't have a green source. But I think it's good enough. It's got a turn 2 Thalia, which is nice. So I'm going to keep this. I'm going to bottom Jide. And this is actually an interesting one. I think it's between Green Sun Zenith and Noble Hierarch. Night of Autumn off Show and Tell is actually pretty good because it gives us an out to Omniscience. I'm going to drop the Noble here, and my reasoning is, if we draw into a green source, then I get to Green Suns for Dried Arbor on turn 1. But if I don't, then my turn 2 play is Thalia. My turn 3 play is probably something else, either we draw into or Green Suns later on. Green Suns only gets better the longer I hold it, and Noble, of course, is pretty weak anywhere from turn 1 or turn 2 onwards. So I'm going to drop the Noble because Green Sun is just better either on turn 1 or down the line. Preordain. Okay. 2 cards on top. Alright. Not the card that I want, but I'll take it. Kaya, probably okay in the late game because of the discard that she allows. Brainstorm. Okay. Another basic. Okay. Preordain is 1 card, one top, 1 bottom. No green source yet. It's going to resolve, which is nice. But really need to draw into a land next turn, and hopefully it's a green source. Swords now to play around Caracas, which is nice. Ponder is a shuffle. Haha, right on time. I'm just going to get a... I'm not going to get a basic because it means I can't cast the Kaya if I don't draw into a black or white source. So I'm just going to get a Bayou and play Knight. I think that's better than Green Suns for a Mana Dork, so I know I can cast Kaya next turn, because I can still do that next turn with Knight. By floating mana, then getting another land, then playing the Kaya. Teferi's going to be pretty good. Thoughtseize is interesting. So I could Thoughtseize and then Green Suns for a Mana Dork, which I don't mind. Just to see what they have. They're going to fetch. Possibly to Brainstorm. Hide some cards. But at least I'm forcing the Brainstorm. Huh. I think it's just the swords here, because I do want this these creatures to come down. I don't mind if my opponent wants to force it. The Cunning Wish could be anything, so I'm just going to take the sword and then go for a Noble Hierarch. We know about these cards. So there's Ponder. Ooh, Show and Tell. Okay, so I'm going to assume... Okay, so my opponent has Show and Tell. They have 4 cards in hand. 2 are Cunning Wish. 1 is Force of Will. I can only assume this is going to be Omniscience, which is pretty tough because we can't win anyway. They can just respond to the trigger on the stack with Cunning Wish. But we might as well try. Yeah, so now they Cunning Wish in response. Probably go for a Release the Ants line, or just, yeah, counter it. And then they have the second Cunning Wish anyway, so... Maybe my take was incorrect. Maybe worrying about the swords wasn't good enough. There's Shed Summons, and that's going to be a concession. I'm just going to run this back. Seeing Teferi, I might just bring in the Skyclave over the swords. That's the only change that I like. Hopefully keep a 7 this turn and put up a better fight. This is fine, but it doesn't have a black source, which is pretty tough. I could try to find one off the Green Suns, but I think this just isn't enough. Just the one Thoughtseize by itself. It does have pressure in a way, thanks to Questing Beast, but I know my opponents also want a Swords Plowshares version of Show and Tell, which makes it just that much more difficult, where I can't just rely on one creature. I have to go kind of wide with my threats. So I'm going to mulligan this. And this isn't great either. A 4-drop and a 3-drop that I probably want to keep, and then just double Wasteland. I think it's going to be another 5. And we'll keep it. Collector Oof can definitely be out of this matchup. I'll put back Collector Oof and Dried Arbor. At least we can go turn 1 Dried Arbor, turn 2 Deafening Silence, or Sylvan Library and Deafening Silence. Preordain is 2 to the bottom. It's pretty good for us. Let's go for Sylvan Library first, Resolves, and then just Deafening Silence and pass. Just a pass from my opponent. Pretty poor cards here. I don't really need to keep anything. I don't really want to be paying just for these because I do have the shuffle effect. So I'll get Knight of the Reliquary. I could also go for Tireless Tracker because of the card draw, but definitely an interesting one. I think just having an out to something like Emrakul is good enough. Because the Deafening Silence does stop Cunning Wish, or the Cunning Wish lines. I actually just want to pay here, so I get to see more cards next turn. But this isn't looking great. Oh, they play City Traders. Interesting. Teferi's going to be okay. Probably bounce on Thalia. Maybe just tick up to 5, to be fair. Tick up to 5 does keep it on the field. They're going to bounce the Sylvan Library. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Yep. Yeah, it's really rough. So the white is mainly for Swords to Plowshares. I know they play Rest in Peace on the board, and then a few other things. Hex is pretty strong. I don't mind Attack to Fairy. Put in Hex and tick it up straight away. Just to really get some pressure going. Opponent fetching. Interesting. I kind of like just attacking with Thalia and Hexdrinker here and holding up Horizon Canopy. Fence is pretty good. I don't think you have to block here, but they are going to. I'm going to replay the Hexdrinker. Obviously, they're trying to buy some time, so I really want to. I should have definitely used the Scrubland on the Hex. That's a pretty huge mistake not to just make use of this mana. Okay. Oh. I think I'm just literally paying here so we can wasteland the city. Play Hierarch. 1, 2, 3. They have a sword. Brainstorm. That's fine. They can't cast Swords to Plowshares because of the Thalia, which is nice. What I don't have an answer to is just Omniscience into... They're going to Impulse. Interesting. I was going to say Omniscience into Emrakul, but they can't cast it this turn now. Ooh, Questing Beast. Does that change things? I think it does. I think Questing Beast might actually be good enough here. Put on top. I can't pay, so put on top. Play a land for turn. See if Beast resolves. It does. Wow. Attack, 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 attack. That's going to be lethal. Nuts. So Questing Beast, they're really coming in handy, especially with haste. Of course, leveling up Hexdrinker only gave us an extra 2 damage, but Questing Beast gets us there, so... Thankfully, Beast allows us to win a pretty miserable matchup, I must say. Maverick a little bit fair when it comes to some of the show and tell decks, but yeah, thankfully there just beating down really helped. A little bit of a misplay there with not ticking up the Hexdrinker with that leftover mana. There's nothing else to do with it, so you might as well. But yeah, thankfully we're on the board, which is nice. But these are typically not the type of matchups that I like to play against with Maverick. Snow's just obviously a better deck to grind with. Miracles is pretty rough. Miracles has a lot of answers right. Oh, actually, yeah, let's join this and then we'll do our last giveaway at the end of this game. Yikes. I am going to mull this. We do have some interaction in Swords and Wasteland, but I don't think Library just on its own is good enough. Especially for a creature-based deck, I do want to have some creatures in my opening hand. And this is just another example of how some of the mana can go a little bit rough. Obviously, this isn't really a keep. The Batterskull is way far off. We're on the play, so I'm going to mulligan again. I'll keep this. I'm going to bottom... just probably the 2 lands, because Collector Oof could be good against something like Death and Taxes, and Thalia is good against combos, so mulling to 5 and also playing Verdant Catacombs first could potentially put my opponent on thinking we're on Bug Hogak, so we'll see how this plays out. But unfortunately, some rough draws. But at the same time, that's Magic. It's part of the game, and it's what makes it great. So a little bit of variance is nothing to worry about. But let's see where our opponent is on. Ancient Tomb, okay. Hopefully... Oh, Spyglass is pretty good. We're going to fetch. I'm going to get just a Savannah here. It's probably going to name Wasteland in the blind, but it could hit Windswept Heath here, which is pretty rough. I think the best play, if they name Windswept Heath, is drawing into Wasteland and probably slamming the Sylvan Library. You've been seeing Verdant in some Doomsday lists? Interesting, okay. Yeah, it's tough because Maverick does have some of the fairest fetches around. So something like Windswept Heath Pass is typically going to be a fair-based deck. You can't really try to act like you're on Ant if you're playing Windswept Heath. But yeah, I think best play here is just hopefully drawing into Wasteland, slamming Sylvan Library, and then going from there. It could get us if they name Windswept Heath, but I think 99% of players are going to name Wasteland. Even though we're on a one-lander, if they name it with 2-mana spells, we have so many good draws to get out of this that you probably don't want to waste this. But you never know. Opponent could have a strategy in play that makes the Windswept Heath line pretty good. They are going to go with Windswept Heath. Interesting. Alright. Well, more than happy to slam this. The reason I slammed the Sylvan Library is that the card I'm worried about is Thought-Knot Seer, and I don't care if Thought-Knot Seer takes these two. And this one allows me to get back in the game. It's going to be a Khan. Okay. That's pretty good. Plague's interesting. What do I want to do here? I don't mind Green Suns for Dried Arbor and then just play Thalia. So I am actually just going to pay here for everything. There are some potential blowouts if they have Walking Ballista. So there is some consideration to go for Collector Oof. Probably having a good think about this, which is interesting because they're not typically a Force deck, unless this is some sort of weird brew that's playing Force of Will. I think being able to tax my opponent is just a little bit better than Collector Oof here. So something like another Khan, the Great Creator. But we did talk about Walking Ballista, so hopefully it doesn't occur. Turn 2 Khan pretty good. Kaya pretty cool here because it can take care of the constructs. Best draw is probably... I guess we get 3 draws. See if they want to play any other artifacts pre-combat. Ooh, this feels like a Ballista. We're going to make it a 3/3 to keep it around. Yep. We even spoke about it. This will be an interesting one. Thalia's I like taking out. Teeg I don't mind seeing Khan. Plague Engineer I don't mind seeing they're probably Eldrazi based. Skyclaves are also pretty strong. I think Kaya can actually come out in this matchup. Ramanap's still pretty good. Plagues are still okay. Oof is still okay. Definitely seeing I think it might just be this. This seems pretty strong. I'll definitely keep this. This is pretty nice. I'm going to fetch first because I would like to play the Knight as a 4/4 on turn 2 if we draw into another fetch land, because it plays around Spectral Contortion, which has been seen play in some colorless builds over something like Dismember. Playing Cloud Post, okay. Huh. I don't mind Wasteland into Stoneforge Mystic here. It plays around crop rotation if they're playing that, but sometimes you see opponents play cards like Surgical on Wasteland, but they are playing Spyglass, so I'm going to say they're not playing Surgical, or at least they didn't bring it in, hopefully. I don't mind Nut of the Reliquary here. It does mean we can hopefully Wasteland next turn. But if they untap and play Sorcerer's Spyglass, then obviously Knight's off the table. But I think just generally, even as just a 4/4 creature, it also means we can attack for 2 here. It also means next turn, if they do name Wasteland and not Knight, we could get Cradle and potentially play out the Batterskull for free off the Cradle. Because we'll have 3 creatures, and then 3 mana is Collector Oof and Noble Hierarch, which makes 5 creatures, and then we can just hardcast the Batterskull off the Cradle. Which is pretty cool. Opponent having a read of another Reliquary. All right, in we go. Hiding that Cooper's. Pandizzle, you are 100% correct. This is a Cooper's Pale Ale. Pretty nice. A little bit heavy, but, you know, okay. Okay for streaming. Finest beer in the world? Frank. That's a big one. Oh, from Adelaide. Very cool. Nice to have you here. I am a fan of the Coopers, so you guys do brew a pretty good beer. Pan, it is a Monday, so I will let you know that before I forget it. Yeah, it's a good beer. I'm a big fan. Frank, do you play Eternal in Adelaide? I know you guys have a good good community behind Sarv and those guys. I always forget the others. Hey Naz, why do I never play Depths combo in my decks? I think I really value the consistency of a non-Depths mana base. That's my answer. I think you can definitely play the Depths combo in Maverick, especially in the green-white versions. I don't mind it there, because it is a nice kind of backdoor answer to a lot of decks. You can just win on the spot sometimes with things like Scrib Ranger and Out of the Reliquary. I should go back to it and just see how it goes. I'm not against it. I just like to win on the ground. There's Spyglass, alright. But yeah, to be fair, I do like green-black depths a lot. So I might have to start playing some dark depths, because yeah, I think that's actually a great point you bring up. You should never count dark depths as a land. You should count it as a spell, because it doesn't produce mana. What do you play, Naz? Are you currently playing Maverick with dark depths, or have you played it in the past and liked it? You only play Modern and Standard plus living in Sydney at the moment? Yeah, Sydney's got it pretty tough, so I hope things come better. Snow. Alright, let's go with... probably just Oof is good here. It stops things like, obviously Walking Ballista, Ratchet Bomb. It stops Grim Monolith, which is pretty huge. You play Abzan, very cool. Nice, okay. I can't get Wasteland because my opponent has named Night of the Reliquary with Sorcerer's Spyglass, unfortunately. But we do get to put them under some pretty big pressure next turn with Batterskull coming in as well. What is better, Abzan or Ban? I would say Abzan is better at the moment, but I really like Ban. I'm a huge Ban player. You can find some Ban videos on my YouTube channel here if you're looking for them. Nice little self-plug. But the one thing that I really like about Bant Maverick is that you get to play Oko. You get to play Oko on turn 2, which a lot of decks can't. And you still get to play Oko on turn 2 on the draw, which is pretty huge. Oko also allows you to make use of your mana dorks in the late game as actual threats, which is really cool. And blue gives you access to some other cards. Uro is one of them, and Uro, although it is a green card, which you can farm with Green Suns, and obviously is a very powerful card, and it's a great threat, it's not a big card in Maverick, but having it in the deck as a one-of is really nice just to naturally draw into, or sometimes you just need to gain life or make use of your graveyard as a resource. So Uro's nice, and then Meddling Mage is the other big one. So Meddling Mage makes some of your poor matchups like Show and Tell and Doomsday a lot better post-board because you have access to Meddling Mage. But these days it's tough because there's a lot of different things that players could be playing with. So Meddling Mage, although it does do one thing, it might not do another. So, you know, you could name Doomsday, but then they go off another way. Or you name, you know, against a Miracles deck, you name Terminus, they have Supreme Verdict, or Swords to Plowshares, or Council's Judgment, or Bounce with Teferi, or any other thing, which is pretty tough. I think Punishing Maverick, or Lightning Bolt Maverick right now, is severely underplayed. I think that Cloths is one of the best cards that you can grab off Green Suns, and Pyroblast is obviously the best way to deal with Oko on the stack. So, a few things. Hey Echo, welcome. Hope you're well. This is actually an interesting one. The question is, do I want to play around Dismember and attack Khan for 3 and 4 And I think I do. So I'm going to go attack Khan, attack Khan, attack Khan, and attack them. Good thanks, Echo. Hopefully you're finding some time off over the holidays. I'm just going to fetch here for a basic. I might go Scrubland to give me a second black source on the field. And I'm just going to pass. I don't want to go too overboard on the board and just lose to something like All Is Dust. Equip Oof. I can't equip the Oof because I can't activate abilities, unfortunately. Is this Ugin? Okay. What's Ugin going to do? Probably take out the Knight? Ah, play a Chalice. Okay, that's interesting. Play a Grim for free. That's fine. Tick up Ugin. Make it 2/2. Okay. Huh. I really need Wasteland. I guess just everything at Ugin or else it goes too far. Attack Ugin, attack Ugin. Actually, I want to attack with this. I can attack with these 3, and then it's going to be lethal anyway, because if they block a 5/5, they take 5. If they block here, it dies, so... This is right. I guess it's a free block on the Stoneforge Mystic. But if I didn't attack with the Mystic, they could keep it alive by blocking the 5/5, so... I don't mind the free trade. I think Stoneforge has done its job. Opponent with Stage in the deck is interesting. I wonder if they play Depths. I haven't seen it before. Or maybe I have as a one-of. But obviously, Cloudpost and Stage work really well together. 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Shouldn't they play Vesuva? Vesuva? I'm assuming they play it literally because of Depths. It can buy them some time against Depths, and I assume they play a one-of Depths as well. And they probably already play the full 4 Vesuva, if not a few. It definitely is a consideration that Vesuva comes in tapped. Yeah. Khan's going to be okay. That's going to be a big boy. Okay, it's only a 4/4. That's not too bad. Something good. Ooh, that's actually really nice. Get back Wasteland. I'm just going to take out the Cloudpost right now. Now I definitely want to attack the Khan. I think it's just with the Batterskull and the Knight. I've felt pretty good with the 2 Stoneforge because I did add in Cradle. I know Vuk was doing really well with the 3 Stoneforge build. But I did like making room for one more Green Sun's target. And then also having Cradle in the deck as just another way to cast Batterskull a little bit easier. So Batterskull didn't get caught in your hand for too long. This is probably okay. Now we just pass. But yeah, I think if I was playing just green-white, I would try to fill the full 3 slots with Stoneforge. I do want to brew up a... Probably not as competitive as some of the other Maverick decks, but I think Yorion could see some play in some sort of Maverick shell that plays a few more ETBs than usual. So things like Stoneforge Mystic, Plague Engineer, Neither Reliquary, Skyclave Apparition, maybe Gilded Goose. I don't want to go too all in on the ETB effects, but more just the value. So we'll see where that comes out. Have I played any Green-White Reclaimer lately? I played it maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, which you can find here on my YouTube channel. But I haven't played it recently. I probably should give it another go. Because, yeah, it is obviously a pretty powerful... Sky Sovereign. Okay. Pretty powerful card. It's going to deal damage to the Excavator. That's fair enough. Ooh, so here's a pretty nice line. So the Construct can block the Neither Reliquary, which will be a 7/7 with Exalted, and the Khan will stay alive. But here I get to go and get Dried Arbor, which gives me another attacker that would kill the Khan, which is actually pretty perfect. I haven't tested Yorion Maverick, but Mozzaball, I am very keen to do so. And I will so, hopefully pretty soon. Canopy's nice. We get a draw off it, which is cool. And I guess I could draw into something like Abrupt Decay, so I might as well draw now. Caracas, okay. Attack Khan, attack Khan. Hey, Go Easy, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Yeah, I think I saw your list at in the NRG event, and it actually looked really fun, which is pretty cool. So I'm a pretty big fan of it. But I think the issue was that I was playing like a Maverick player where I was building up my board instead of holding up sort of Reclaimer and going for the long-term Flagstones lines of just building out your mana. So I think it's just a case of me as a player changing a bit to kind of understand the deck and play a little bit more patiently probably with the deck. Instead of spending my time building out my creatures, I should just be holding back Reclaimer and getting Flagstones online. But yeah, it's got a lot of play to it, which I really like. I'm not too sold on the 4-mana Hog that lets you get a basic from your library into your hand and turns off like pay life effects and something else. Khan's pretty sweet. Oh, I can return this to the hand with Caracas, which is interesting. Does this also deal damage and ping the oof? I feel like it does. It's going to go after the Hierarch. That's interesting. Hey, whiskey. No thanks. What did you cut your shine for? I played it with a one-off Knight, which I didn't mind because it does fit the style of the deck, but I never like found it and I never saw it. I only played the one extra league with Knight in the deck and it never really came up. But another Knight. Okay. Let's go for attacks. cut Titan and Yashan added a Titania and Third Spirit. Yeah, that's cool. It gives the deck a lot more in the early game, which is nice. Because the end game is just so good for the deck. I guess they could have block and dismember. That'd be pretty rough, but at least it still kills the construct. Second night. Crackers pass. We have double our opponent's time, which is definitely worth considering. Yeah, that's a really solid choice. I like how you guys have worked together on the deck, because it obviously kind of came from nowhere, which is nice. I think for a little while, and maybe I'm getting this wrong, but was there a version of it in Legacy with Vial still? That played Vial and played like still a Green Suns package. But maybe I'm just thinking of the modern version. All is dust. That's rough. Ah, of course it doesn't kill the constructs. It's a 3/3. I was just taking that in consideration wrong. All this stuff is rough there. I am going to return this. Just tax him a little bit. But now I really need to find something because these are shut off by Chalice and they have the Khan Mycosynth Lattice Lock on board. Mr. Lee? Yeah, okay. Big fan of Mr. Lee. Some good content. Yikes. Not going for Lattice is interesting. Surely. Yeah, I would have just Lattice that turn. Unfortunately, Wasteland's just a little bit too slow there. What was I going to say? Yeah, the Wastelands were just too slow. The Skyclave, the Sorcerer's Spyglass on Night was really good, and we just didn't draw into our removal for it, which I believe was just the 2 Abrupt Decays. I guess Night of Autumn, Green Suns. Okay, actually a few, and then the Skyclaves as well, but that is just life. We have a giveaway. Let's quickly find it. Alright. So let's go back. Put in the tweet. Nice. And the winner is... Truck is 1, 2, 3. Ah, Marcus, nice. Very cool. Marcus is a big asset to the Eternal community. Nice. Alright, so Marcus, hopefully you don't mind, but I am going to open it because I can. And obviously people in chat want to see what the cards are. So this is the last booster. So a huge thank you to everyone who came in to watch the giveaway. Let's see how this turns out. I believe a token's at the front, so we'll see what the token is. Oh, it's another Japanese elf. These are really cool. You can't see them because of the green screen, which is tough, but they're so nice. All right. A beetle. Nice. Some dragon egg type thing. Looks really cool in foil. Oh, this guy makes you draw a card when you mutate. Nice. This is a pretty cool card. Okay. Oh, Solar Flare. I played this deck for a little while. This card. Oh, Plains. Nice. Can't go wrong with that. Oh, this is a rare. Some dude with an axe. Oh, we then have a probably our first companion. This is the one where I believe your CMC has to be 3 or more. There's actually a few cool decks in Legacy that try to play this with cards like Elvish Spirit Guide, Simian Spirit Guide, Ancient Tombs, etc. The rare and foil is, I believe this is a board wipe, but I'm not too sure what it is. Apologies, standard players. This is cool. Some sort of cat. That thing that draws a card when you mutate. Dingus Bat. I don't believe it's called a Dingus Bat, but pretty cool. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. This is a big creature that looks pretty cool. And the last card is a pretty sweet Titan. That's it. Yeah. They're actually pretty cool. So some pretty cool cards in there. I'm a big fan. So Marcus, a huge congrats. Thanks for playing, for retweeting. This is a big creature. Yeah, I'm pretty bad with the new standard, unfortunately. I haven't played standard in a few years. I'm going to say nearly a decade, which is pretty crazy. You don't realize how long you've been in Magic until you look back and you actually realize, wow, I've been in this game for like 9 years. And thankfully, 7 of those have been with Legacy, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, CK, I apologize to everyone for not knowing the cards, not knowing the names, but it is hopefully good content. I did see a pretty funny video on YouTube where a roommate's drunk friend came home and the roommate who wasn't drunk played Yu-Gi-Oh! And the drunk guy was like, let me open a booster box for you and record it and I'll tell you what the cards are and what they do. And it was pretty hilarious. I don't have a link to the video, but it was pretty funny. I guess you can only imagine one of your drunk friends trying to explain the findings that they find from a booster box. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to lead with Verdant. We have a pretty good hand for some of the fair decks, and then Collector Oof can be pretty good against the unfair decks. So just hope that Muddy's on some sort of fair creature deck. I don't really want to get Wastelanded, so I'm just going to go ahead with Verdant and pass. Yeah, Legacy sweet House of Mana, and thankfully you do have the elf decks to come into for. What was I going to say? Yeah, the Elvish Reclaimer deck to come into the format with. Hey Jack, hope you're well. I guess I don't play EDH. I play a little bit of EDH. I played on Pleasant Kenobi's stream. I played a Maverick deck. Let me quickly find it. It was an EDH and chill. There it is. Chrome Mox. Okay. Simian Spirit Guide. Okay, it's gonna be like a mono red deck. Magus. That's not too bad because we get to float and then swords. So I'm just gonna get a Savannah here. Float white. Swords this. Now this is an interesting one. I either get to hold up Abrupt Decay or Wasteland here. And I kind of like just Wasteland. I think taking them off the Ancient Tomb is so much better because something like Chandra next turn would be pretty rough. I do have the option of hitting Chrome Mox with Collector Oof. But I think Wasteland here is just much better. Hey Peach, hope you're well. This is an interesting one. Holding up Abrupt Decay is the only out to another Blood Moon effect. I think I am just going to Wasteland my opponent. It's interesting though, because Collector Oof is sometimes similar, and it also starts applying pressure. This I'm happy to see. Okay. Well, now I'm more than happy to play the Oof. I guess they could have Bone Crusher Giant to kill it, but they don't. Oof. They don't have a 3-drop, which is interesting. I guess they kind of have a 3-drop. I'm pretty happy to play Knight here as a 4/4. And don't really care about Blood Moon anymore. So luckily this worked out pretty well for us. Because as of next turn with Ramanap, we have access to a Verdant and also Knight getting another basic. Yeah, so that's pretty rough. Yeah, Oof has some pretty interesting artwork. Especially in foil, it does tamper pretty well. House of Mana has a pretty cool emote there. So mono red's going to be interesting. I don't like Ooze. I do like Teeg, hitting both, pretty much all their planeswalkers. Skyclave seems fine, but it's definitely mana intensive. Hey, that's cool to hear. Yeah, Christmas was pretty similar. Did some family stuff. Had a few days at the coast, which was really nice. I know that the jig is always up. Got to go to the cricket, which is pretty sweet. Definitely missed out on that, but yeah, had a pretty low key Christmas, which is kind of nice. Just kind of did the classic family stuff, and that was pretty much it. Sylvan Library in this matchup isn't really great. It might just be these for some extra additions. Yeah, Skyclave seems great because it answers Blood Moon, Magus, the Goblins, Chandra, Khan. It literally just lines up really well. The only tough part can be the mana, but I'm okay with this. Yeah, Teeg also getting Fiery Justice is really nice. And this hand is fine. It does have the Swords to Plowshares, which is nice, so I'm going to keep it. It does also have Teeg, so it doesn't have the planes, but I'm not gonna keep a hand just because it has the basics. I do like Thoughtseize on the draw. Sorry, on the play. Just because of Chalice. That's the only reason. They did double Spirit Guide this out, so we'll see how this works out. At least this turns on Green Sun Zenith, which is really nice. Having the forest is probably a little bit better than having the plains. Even though we have the swords, it does give us a lot more outs to Magus. Oh, no, 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 no. I can play the Ramanap. Please don't pass. Please don't pass. Please don't pass. Please don't pass. Oof. Oof. There we go. That's nice. Haha, that was close. Interesting. Sulfur Elemental. It hits Thalia, but that's really it for us. It really just pumps everything else, which is pretty funny. I'm just going to take this. Ah, Noble. Nice. Land, Noble, pass. They draw a Bone Crusher, okay. Yeah, Mum would be pretty big for them. That's very true. Chalice for 1. Okay, that turns off a lot of things. And Bone Crusher. Okay. No blocks. Yikes. Kind of have to here. Gets pretty bad if we don't. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Huh. I think Chalice on the play is fine because of you can hit early on my mana dorks. But it can bite you. This is probably where I want to go for. Probably Knight of Autumn hit the Chalice, but then I'm not dealing with the Bone Crusher Giant. Knight isn't great here either, but at least it gives me an out because I can float off the snow-covered forest. So if we go Green Suns for Knight, untap, can float a green off this, we can get a sword, we can get a Plains for the Swords to Plowshares, and then we have access to this mana. So I think Green Suns for Knight is just the best play here. It's also a 2/2, so if they don't have an answer for it, they can't really attack with the Magus unless they want to give us access to it. I guess they could attack with the Magus and play another one. It is also lethal, so I guess either way it's pretty tough for us. But they only attack with that. Be mindful of Chalice. Yeah, that's very true. Well, I can't block here. Skyclave. Okay. Well, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is tough because they need 2 blockers. I don't think I actually have an out, especially with the Chalice. That turns off Noble. I can't cast a Skyclave this turn no matter what. I think I'm literally just dead. I don't think I actually have a play that gets me back into this game. I'm just dead, yeah. Because if I use the Knight to get a white source, then I'm tapped out of this Knight. And if I play one creature, they attack with both creatures, then I'm at 2. So, yeah. Good games. Do I want to change anything on the play? I don't think I need the Thought Seizers. I'd probably be better off with just the cards that I already have in the deck. Everything is pretty well set. I'm okay running this back. This is interesting. Turn 1 Hierarch off a Savannah. I guess off a Bayou. This is a tough one. It really relies on the Noble because if I have to rely on a Dried Arbor for a green source, that's pretty bad in the face of Blood Moon and Magus. We do have the Decay, so I could go turn 1 Noble, turn 2 Hold up Decay. But I'd much rather be in a position where I can just go for Stoneforge Mystic turn 2 for Batterskull. I mean, okay, so if they go turn 1 Blood Moon, we can still just go Green Suns for Birds of Paradise turn 2, so I'm going to keep this. It is a little bit tough being a 1-lander, but Leyline's more than fine. I hope they kept the hand based on Leyline. Mountain Pass is more than fine. I am going to go with... Yeah, Stoneforge for Batterskull. Oh, sorry, Stoneforge for Jide, but then have Batterskull open anyway. I did miss a land drop, so there is a world where they go after the Noble Hierarch to try to hinder the Stoneforge. Which kind of does both. It hits my mana and it also stops the Stoneforge from coming down. Nothing. Oh, and Wasteland? Wow. That's pretty huge. That's fine. Does nothing. I guess there's a world where I have to play around second Sulfur Elemental, but I'm not going to. Oh my gosh. Oh, can I? No, I can't. Can I? Wow. Wow. All right. I don't want to do anything here. I guess there was maybe no reason not to use the Stoneforge in upkeep. Oh, wow, it's just a 2-2? Yeah, that's my bad. That's a huge mistake. The knight just dies straight away because of the ley lines and the double Sulfur Elemental. Yeah, that's the stream. That's the stream in a nutshell. Yeah, I can't come back from this, unfortunately. The second Sulfur Elemental was definitely not something that I considered. But maybe I should have. I even spoke about it, so... That's pretty rough. Yeah, pretty tough. Some pretty tough matchups. So we went down to Snowko, which obviously leveraged value really well. Bant Miracles was, or Jeskai Miracles was pretty tough. Not the greatest matchup. Even Blue-White Stoneblade is a pretty horrible matchup, but thankfully Questing Beast got us out when we really needed it. And then we went down to Red Prison and... what was the other loss? I can't even think of it. 12 posts. Yeah. I think I will run it back. That was a really poor league. Even just little mistakes. Like, obviously, if I'm going to talk about second elemental, then I should definitely play around it. Do I want to change anything? That's the big question. I was pretty happy with it, to be honest. Yeah, let's run it back. Yeah, sadly the Sulfur Elementals have split second. So other than create mana, I can't do anything. Yeah, which is pretty sweet. So Sulfur Elemental is pretty good against Mother of Runes because it can't protect itself. Or anything else. This is a 1-lander. I've never kept one landers, so I'm going to see how this goes. And just go for Savannah here. I could get a Bayou, but I want to make sure that if the Noble doesn't die and I draw into any land, I can cast the Noble, the Thalia. Keeping dodgy hands for science? Yeah, that's me. Welcome. Dried Arbor. Interesting. Huh. So this is an interesting one. I can either name Dryad, which I think against Maverick or Elves is pretty rough. So I'm just going to play Stoneforge here. Get Jide and pass back. I could have actually like fetched and then attacked with Noble this turn, but hopefully this is okay. I do want to keep this for my black source, so I don't want that to be Wastelanded. So that was kind of my reasoning for not attacking with the Noble this turn. MTG bot? Interesting. Oh, they're going to Glimpse? Okay. Yikes. Well, we're to 6ing. Another Shepherd's fine. Do they have a... Symbi is interesting. I guess they hopefully have a 3-mana Heritage Druid. Yeah, all I'm thinking of is there a way they can natural order this turn? And they obviously can if they get a Heritage Druid here. Yeah. Okay. They can respond with why would return, but at least it does wipe up a bit of the board. The Screws is actually the best card they could have had because the Plague Engineer is going to eat a bunch of Elves, but then they get to just eat it up with Ooze anyway with his Cradle, with what's left over. Can attack here for 2 because there's no elf to return. Carrier has arrived. Yeah, I mean, imagine if this game was with just Green White Maverick. Like, you would not have a chance, unfortunately. Plague Engineer just gives you a really nice shot against some of these decks. And to be fair, they still have Natural Order online. They have 8 cards in hand. The game isn't about damage, I definitely agree with that. But if I can put them in a situation where they have to block, where they probably don't want to block, just because they're at a low life total after taking so many hits, then I wouldn't be too unhappy. I'm going to take the hit and hopefully just find an out to this Ooze. Hierarch isn't it. I guess next turn, because I have 4 mana, I do just have Jide online anyway. So I might as well not hold up Jide and play something else out. Hextrigger does cop Ooze. I was trying to think of like an Abrupt Decay or a Swords off the top would be really nice. I'm going to play Stoneforge and get Batterskull, just to get it out of the deck. And then it's also a creature I can just block with and be pretty happy with losing. Hey Zum, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? But yeah, now I'm just actually really scared of Natural Order. Which maybe there's a reason to play the Thalia, but I assume they have another land to actually pay for it anyway. Reclaim is pretty good. Reclaim is actually perfect because now they have a creature to block with and then return with Wirewood Symbiote so Jide doesn't trigger. You're Brazilian and trying to learn how to play? Very cool. Brazil's got a really good Eternal scene. There's usually a lot of Brazilians in chat, which is pretty cool. A lot of good players, a lot of really nice players as well. I think it's just Jit and then hold up Batterskull. It could also be Green Suns for Birds of Paradise, because it gives me a flyer to actually attack with the Jide with. So I guess I should have thought about that before I played the Jide, because I'd rather Green Suns for Bird and hold up Batterskull than do anything else. And to be fair, Batterskull isn't saving me from a Crater Hoof, so I am just going to Green Suns here for a Bird and hope they don't have a Natural Order. Interesting. To be fair, I could be at a stage where I'm happy to trade the Plague Engineer with the Ooze, and then let the bird start taking over their actual board. But it's a tough choice. I could even just block here with Dried Arbor. I don't mind that, because then I still have 2 mana for Equip, and then 2 mana to hold up Batterskull. I'm going to use the jitter counters in their turn as well, so they can't actually float the mana. Interesting, getting a fetch land. Okay. I'm gonna kill this Wirewood. This makes me think they have main deck Abrupt Decay, but I haven't seen that in a long time. Could have also blocked with the Stoneforge Mystic, then activated, just to save the Batterskull. Knight's pretty good, obviously not against Ooze though. So I think first step is just attack with Birds of Paradise. I could equip the Batterskull, but I kind of just want to hold it back for now. And maybe even just go for... a world where I can just start getting a bunch of counters. Yeah, I'll definitely keep them off natural order as much as possible. And I think I'll just do it in their upkeep so they can't get mana off these arbors. Unless they tap them now, they don't. Okay. They gotta buy you. Interesting. They don't even float mana, which is interesting, because they can eat their own dried arbors. I'm not sure why they're not. It's getting close to me being happy trading the Plague Engineer for the Skoos because the Jit is what's going to take over the game. And I think my opponent has accepted that, where they haven't drawn into natural order and they know that Jit is going to get to a stage where it's just too good. So that was actually a tough one because although the Plague Engineer was good, we didn't draw into removal for the Scavenging Ooze, which was perfect for that sort of... setup where they actually got to make use of the creatures that died. Collector Oof can definitely come out. Wrong Kaya? Do you mean this one? Come on, HC Fox. I think we got both Kayas here, which is nice. I don't mind Thoughtseize. I think Sword can definitely come out. I don't mind Jide and Batterskull. I'll drop a Sylvan Library. Unfortunately, not the greatest. And I'm gonna drop probably all Thalias. I might keep one in because it can tax my opponent. Need more Usurper. Yeah, it was kind of tough finding room for it. Knight of Autumn can probably come out. Nothing else is really better. Maybe it is Thalia just taxing some of their effects. I don't mind this. 2 Thalia seems okay. We have Plague, which is really nice. I'm going to keep this. We don't have a Black Source yet, but turn 1 Noble into turn 2 Stoneforge is pretty good anyway. Soon you can cut Knight for a 5-mana Kai and go nuts. We will see. Oh, Swords is pretty good. I think just building up my mana here is better. All right, show me the money. The sweat is real. Oof. Always lucky. Bayou. They do have the mana for Abrupt Decay, but this buys us so much time. Hey, Mayor Forward. Yeah, D&T was my first Legacy deck. It's definitely the deck that I had the best results with in paper, but it thankfully... Yeah, I do want to do more content with it. I do want to play the Yorion version as well and get some YouTube content going for that, because I'm not a big fan of 80 card decks in paper just because of the shuffling, especially with Death and Taxes. But I think online I'll definitely like to try it. It seems like a pretty good version right now. But yeah, I definitely look to be doing more D&T. I would like to up my streaming next year to 3 days a week. So 2 days looking at different Maverick archetypes, and then 1 day looking at just different things like Bug Zenith, D&T, maybe seeing where Loam is in the format. Especially since Loma Boy or Connor left the scene, which is pretty sad. It would be good to get some Loam content going. Pretty big, a pretty massive void to fill. Connor was obviously an exceptional Loam player, but it would just be good to start getting the deck back in for some reps. Yeah, sadly I got Tiny Chimpanzees as well. They're big. They're fine. Why did he quit? Yeah, I think just life. He wasn't the biggest fan of where Wizards was directing the game. Opponent having a good think here. Have they DC'd? But yeah, can't blame him. Pony having a good think. So next turn, it really depends on how they play this turn, but if they miss a land drop, I'm pretty keen to get rid of the Elvish Reclaimer and then play Stoneforge Mystic. There's also a world where I want to go Noble into Stoneforge if I don't draw a land, because then it enables Jide attack the following turn. Hey Jack, what were the numbers for the Moxing Day event? Was that a weekend of Modern, Vintage, and Legacy? It wasn't just the one event. Do you know how many numbers they got for each? 29, 28, 38. That's pretty solid, especially for where Melbourne is in its current state. That's probably better numbers than Brisbane would currently get for some of its legacy events, unfortunately. I'm assuming 28 was legacy, 29 was modern, and 38 was Highlander? No. 29 was Highlander and 38 was modern, I reckon. Legacy, Highlander, modern. Opponent's still thinking. Have they gone? Ease. Shepherd, a pretty sweet card. I couldn't believe this was green spells you control can't be countered. I do like the players that have been playing it in Cloudpost. I think that's really cool. As a way to make Crop Rotation better, Primeval Titan, Green Sun Zenith. I think they're the main 3 cards you play in green Cloudpost. Can't think of any others. Obviously done really well for Elves as well. Making Glimpse and Green Suns and Natural Order uncounterable is just huge. Let alone all your creatures as well. Yeah, I thought my opponent might have disconnected, unfortunately, but they should be back in no time. Damn, these. I just can't get over these. Haha, so nice. Congrats to the winners. The Japanese elk tokens are very nice. But yeah, collector boosters are interesting. I believe they're more than the normal 15 cards. Is it 20 cards in total? Is that a different pack? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Okay. But yeah, obviously this is a small sample size, but it seems like modern Monday night streams are pretty good. Nice to have all of you in chat. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had some time off during the holidays. Enjoyed some gifts, perhaps. Some family time, I might even say. Hey Mash, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. You're from Brazil and only play Modern, but started back in 2010 with Mud Legacy. Ooh, Mud Legacy is a very cool deck. I have had some opponents in my local scene play Mud over the years, and turn 1, what is it? It's the card that taps and adds, I believe, 2 or 3 mana for the amount of colorless cards you have in hand. Metalworker. Turn 1 Metalworker is one of the scariest cards to face back then. But it's a very sweet deck. It doesn't see too much play now, but I definitely admire those that do play it, because it is a pretty big pet deck for a lot of people. I played against a person at GP Brisbane last year in the Legacy State Championships that had a full foil, I guess, except for City Traders, but a full foil deck, including Grim Monoliths, including Metalworkers. Really nice deck. Obviously a bit of coin as well, but really cool. Yeah, I think just from a colorless aspect, Eldrazi Stompy does everything you want in disruption, fast big creatures, early pressure. There's also some slower decks that play Grim Monolith, which are probably a little bit similar to what Mud was like. That play things like Khan, sometimes Ugin, a little bit more top heavy, and usually also goes with the Cloudpost package. But yeah, the deck has the theme of the deck definitely hasn't left Legacy, but the traditional lists have definitely moved on from what they once were. I haven't seen Metalworker, for instance, in a very long time, or Sundering Titan, or what's the creature that you sack 3 artifacts to get an artifact from your library? Ooh, you used to be able to get like Blightsteel Colossus. Wow. Okay. Interesting. So my opponent has left, and unfortunately, DC'd, but at least we start 1-0. We were in a pretty good position, had a pretty good hand, but, you know, elves can be elves and just get you out of nowhere. Metalworker and Staff of Domination was sweet. Yeah, that sounds very cool. This is a little bit rough because the Dried Arbor is obviously our second land in hand, but not that great from the start. This is tough because obviously Skoos and Oof can just be dead in some matchups. They're great silver bullets to have in the library for Green Sun Zenith, but otherwise, not the greatest. I'm going to mull this. It does have a turn 1 bird as an accelerator, but otherwise it doesn't have a great... I don't see a great line with this hand. I want to have something like Thalia or like a Green Suns and not the actual bullets in hand, so I'm going to mulligan this. This is actually, yeah, Green Suns and Thalia, so there we go. I will keep this. Thalia for the unfed X, Plague Engineer for the fed X, and then Green Suns to ramp, so I'll keep this and bottom Cradle. Ooh, interesting to see an island and not a snow-covered island. Never mull the Oof man? I apologize, HC Fox. Hey, Arian, hopefully I said that right. Thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy? Knight. Okay, still just going Savannah into Dried Arbor here. Ooh, just a pass. Interesting. Let's go with Thalia to play around Days. And then attack with the Dried Arbor. Opponent thinking about Thalia. Brainstorming response. Okay. I feel something just puts me on combo because of the polluted into Ponder, but no turn 2 play is really interesting. I wouldn't call a brainstorm in my turn a turn 2 play, so. Oh, you're from the Ukraine? Very cool. One of my good mates at work is from the Ukraine and is a video producer. Your guess is Sneak and Show? Yeah, that's fair. Definitely could be. Which we do have the Knight for, which is nice, but otherwise his hand is kind of lacking. What's Legacy like in the Ukraine? Is there much of a scene? Is there other formats that the Ukrainian people like to play? Yeah, I thought it might be Ant, but you never know. Okay. DDFT. Doomsday? DDFT. Doomsday Fetch Thassa. Interesting, okay. Yeah, Doomsday is pretty rough. Maverick doesn't have the clock to outbeat it. I had a... Oh, there's an Ancient Tomb. That's interesting. With black? Are they gonna try to Dark Ritual into Doomsday? Oh, okay. They're just gonna play Aetheral Forger. That's pretty strong. Yep. Okay. Let's go fast. I think it's just Knight here. It's only 3 a turn, which isn't too bad. So I think here I'm just going to play the Knight. Definitely has the best upside. They're going to force this. I don't believe the Whale is part of a combo. It's just played as a big threat that is sometimes seen play in Delver decks. Because it is card advantage if you do get to attack with it, which is pretty cool. It also can't be Fatal Push or Abrupt Decay. It can be Bolted, which is pretty huge, but it is a pretty sweet card. The Ancient Tomb is really interesting. So they will be able to get a free Ponder and Brainstorm, but they'll still have to pay 1 for the Thalia. Yeah, I think this is going to be favored, but I will have to find removal for this before they start getting too much value out of it. Or even as a 3/3 flyer, that can be a little bit rough. We did see a Baleful Strix get exiled to that Force of Will, so we do know of another creature they play and another thing to name with Plague Engineer, which is really nice. Huh. Ah, you return it. Okay, so you don't cast it. Okay, that's fair. So, thankfully for us, this Ancient Tomb's actually dealing some damage to them. Yeah, I know James Hugh is a big fan of Forger in blue-red Delver. But I did see a Dimir list that I didn't take a good look at. But cool to see it. Swamp. Strix. Okay, that's fine, because we have the Plague Engineer. Okay. I guess we get to go Engineer this turn, and also Scoos, which is nice. So I'll name Bird. They can't force, thankfully, because Thalia is out. So unless they have a Simian Spirit Guide, that won't work. It looks like they are trying to force it. So that actually gives us a lot of information. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, it is a pretty big ask these days to, you know, play a creature that has to attack to get value. But for my opponent, it's obviously working out pretty well. So kudos to them. I'm going to play Scoos here and attack with the Thalia. Yeah, that's very true. Dreadhorde does do the same sort of thing, but you get the free spell. Yeah. That's, yeah. You got me there, House of Mana. Very cool card, though. And very cool to see people trying it out in Legacy. Even if it doesn't stick. I did like when people were playing Terramander in Legacy. That's a pretty cool card. It's the 1/1 flyer for 1, and I think for 7 mana, or you can delve it as well. You can put 4 +1/+1 counters on it to make it a 5/5. Ooh, Fatal Push on Thalia. Okay. That's interesting. Ooh, and Fatal Push on Scoos. Alright. Ponder to hand. Yep. Ooh, ho ho. I think we just go for sword here. I kind of know they have force in hand, but I probably don't mind that if they want to 2 for 1 themselves. Oh, it resolves. Wow. That's pretty huge. This attack will turn off their Ancient Tomb, which is huge. And also any Force of Wills down the line, so maybe they didn't have Force of Will. Yeah, Terramander, if you could do doubles, that would be pretty interesting. So we saw the Whale, we saw Baleful Strix. So I'm going to go on a limb and say Collector Oof is not great here. I don't mind the Abrupt Decays. Oh, the Sylvan Libraries. Sword seems great. Kaya seems okay, especially against the Delve creatures. Knight of Autumn can most likely come out. I don't mind Kaya as a Planeswalker. And probably Tireless Tracker. Skyclave's also interesting, but I think for now, just getting some value and being able to grind is what I want to do here. Potentially there'll be some Plague Engineers coming, so that's something to look out for. Kaya Blink's Fail Whale. Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Especially as a 0. They can't kill the Kaya, which is nice. Nice. Hey, you guys pushed me over 1,600 followers. A huge thank you. Very cool. Very nice start to the week. Hope you're well. If you guys have any thoughts on content for 2021, definitely let me know what sort of decks you would like to see. I do play a lot of Maverick, but I do like to play Death and Taxes, Loam decks, Depths decks. I'm a big fan of Green Black Depths. Eldrazi is not too bad either. Especially aggro Eldrazi. The leagues are usually pretty quickly, which is nice. Jund Lands is actually an interesting one because I don't own a Tabernacle in paper, unfortunately. But obviously would love to try out lands as well. Probably a deck I'd want to get a few reps with first before streaming it, just to make sure I have the basics down. You don't want to be streaming a deck that you don't have too much play with. But this Dimir deck looks pretty interesting. I'm assuming it's a Delver deck, but I could be wrong. It could be more control-y. Hey, Ivyson. Thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? The old double stream. Jarell's Centaur. Interesting. Let's see what that is. It's a creature with Shroud and Flanking? Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Say no to Ice Fang? That's very true. Yeah. That's it. That's an interesting one. I've never seen... I do like finding new Green Suns targets. Oh, it's an old school card. Okay. Nice. Okay. This is an interesting hand. It's got ramp and it's got removal, which I probably don't mind. But I'm going to assume my opponent's not on a deck as aggressive as Delver. And it's probably on a slower build. But in saying that, I don't mind this hand. We're going to be able to play our lands, cast anything we draw into, have some acceleration, which is nice. Another Hierarch isn't that great. I'm gonna get a Savannah and play a Hierarch. Means if I need to, I can double swords next turn. I don't think there's really a need to, but you never know. It also means I have access to all my colors without using the fetch, which is nice because if I draw into a Sylvan library, I want to have the fetch around to not have to draw into other lands. Fatal Push is more than fine. I would much rather see a Fatal Push on my Noble Hierarch than my another Reliquary. Chose not to shuffle. You from Moscow? Very cool. Alright, let's go with fetch into Noble. If they want to force this, that's more than fine. Okay. 4 color lands from Reclaimer lands? Very cool. What's Legacy like in Moscow? I am gonna fetch with the trigger in the stack, so they can't draw into a force or something like a daze. Just give them that one less chance to draw into an extra card that they need. Even if they daze this, then they don't have a daze for the night. Even though we have the extra mana. I don't mind this. Play the land. Play night. Tapping like this means I get to attack with the Noble Hierarch. Blue Tree's Monument. Costs 2 colorless and say each spell a player plays for the first time costs 1 colorless less. The next spell a player casts by the same name costs 2 more. Interesting. That sounds like a tracking nightmare. Haha. What are we talking about? USPS? Heyo. No. Big fan of USPS at times. I've got some cards from the US before. They've come through USPS and they've been pretty good. Opponent needs an answer to this knight right now. Because the knight taking out lands against a blue-black deck seems pretty strong. We have F&M like 30 people plus. Nice, that's very cool. That's awesome to hear. It's always cool to hear from different Magic communities around the world. One thing that I really liked about playing in Japan, when I went for GP Shizuoka, was everyone just knew the cards. So even though my opponents didn't speak English and I didn't speak Japanese, we knew exactly what each of us were doing based on just the artwork of cards, which is pretty crazy. Let's push. I probably don't mind getting Questing Beast next. But I have been playing around days, so... Opponent having a good think. I am going to attack. No, I'm not going to attack. I'm going to hold up the swords. I guess with hand gestures, I'm usually pretty gestury when I play. So thankfully that did help with knowing what turn we were at, where we were. And the basics of... Most Japanese players know the basics of English, so that always helped. But yeah, it was a really interesting experience. A good experience. Japanese people are very welcoming, very tidy with how they play as well. One thing that I really liked about the Japanese players is they show their sideboards before they before you play a game. So you sit down and then you show your 15 cards face down and then put them back in your box to show that you're playing with only 15 cards. Interesting. Maybe they have like Hull Breacher to block with. We of course have to K. Yeah, that's fine. This is actually perfect because if I didn't attack and they had Hull Breacher for Sylvan Library, thankfully we have Abrupticate here, but otherwise being able to turn on Sylvan Library here is huge. They could have cast it anyway, I guess, but at least now we know. Alright, they're down to 0 cards. Strix off the top is pretty solid. Oh, but not good enough. Haha. I'll do you one better. 3-turn clock. Yeah, the beast is in the house. Can we get some Questing Beast emotes? Alright. Might as well attack. Oof. We're getting that sort of fire and ice. Haha, the snake. Nice. Sword here really nice because it gives us so many attackers. I'm happy just to tap out for this. That's fine. Can you beat Questing Beast? Wow, they can't. Nice. Alright. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a second. Don't go away. Nice. Hey, Roger. Yeah, so I believe there we were playing against blue-black control. He was playing Strix and the Delve creature, and also Hull Breacher, so I assume it wasn't a Delver deck. So not as explosive as blue-black Shadow. It didn't look like they were playing Daze either, which is interesting. Nuts. But yeah, cool deck. Pretty big fan of it. Hull Breach is cool. Hull Breacher seems to be the best in these blue prison based decks that are playing Urza. And Echo, of course, with LED. But I have been seeing it in some of these mid-range control decks. Apologies, like Snow. And a few other things. I have some cool new content as well coming out with Achilles, thankfully, who's helping me out a little bit with some matchup analysis, which should be pretty fun. So the first one is against Eldrazi, just going over things like the basic concept of what Eldrazi is trying to achieve, what are your best cards in the main deck, what are their best cards, what should you be looking out for, how should you be sideboarding, what you should be expecting from them, and just like some tips and tricks as well. So that should be pretty cool. Hopefully that's okay, because once that goes out, if it's pretty well received, then we'll start building out most of the legacy matchups for Maverick, which should be pretty cool. Gravy 98, currently studying the first league. And this hand is interesting. Hey, I'm Gifty. Thank you very much. I will stay hydrated. I'm going to keep this. It's a little bit rough, but last time my opponent played Grixis Delver, so... Hey, on MTG. Welcome. Hope you're well. Vulcan to Preordain. That's going to be fine. If they bottom, I'll be very happy to Wasteland. 2 cards on the bottom. Ooh, okay. Now, this is where I want to be. If you're going to keep a one-lander with Preordain, bottom, I am very happy to Wasteland here. I am smelling blood, which is really nice. Flooded Strand, okay. That's fine, opponent. Yeah, Maverick's a tough one. When it comes to data, I'm not too sure. But I know that Joe Dwyer, who's been doing all the work behind This Week in Legacy, has obviously been doing some pretty good things. I'll have to have a look. I think that Maverick has got a lot of 50-50 matchups, but there's been some recent printings that has made it a lot better. Things like Skyclave. So yeah, it's tough to put a finger on. But I do feel that Maverick is doing okay, but it could be in a better position. This looks like a Hooting Mandrills, that's fine. Bolt that, that's fine. I'm just going to go for a basic here. And I'm going to swords them in... This is interesting. I can play around Force Negation, or I can play around Spell Pierce. I don't know if Spell Pierce still sees play. I think I'm pretty happy just to pass to their turn and allow them to untap. I think Oko is probably the worst card we can see here. And thankfully with a Ponder, it's not coming down this turn. Wasteland. Okay. Dreadhold's fine. Swords first. Nice. And now I might just go... I guess I could play around Days by playing Stoneforge or Sylvan Library next turn, which I actually don't mind. I really don't want to lose either of these to a Daze, so I'm pretty happy just with no threats on board from my opponent, just to pass back. This also plays around the Wasteland, which is nice. This is my only black source at the moment, so I do want to keep it around for a little while. What does Preordain do? One top, one bottom. Okay. Another Arcanist. Still pretty happy just to untap. Swords this. Land. Sylvan Library. Nice. That's pretty huge. I don't want to 6 here, because then they can wasteland my fetch land, which is pretty rough. But now having the fetch around for the Sylvan Library is really nice. Another Arcanist, that's fine. We have the Abrupt Decay. What's really nice about Abrupt Decay is that we get to go Stoneforge first, play around Daze, and then we still have a land into Abrupt Decay which can't be dazed. So here I'm going to go put on top but pay for this. And then I am going to just pass. I'm a little bit scared of Stifle here, but see what happens. All right. Nice. Go for Bayou. Is it their third one? Yeah, crazy. Oh, nothing. That's huge. That's where you want to be. There's a land, perfect. Put on top. I kind of want this. I am going to pay for this. A little bit risky, but I think it's okay. Force on this is more than fine. I don't think that was doing too much anyway. I'm going to keep the Green Suns around for another Reliquary. And my opponent is trying to keep things off the field, so... Put on top. Put on top. land. Green Sun Zenith for 3. Knight of the Reliquary is a 7/7. Hey Xal, we played against a blue-black kind of control deck that was playing Baleful Strix and the Whale that when it delves you get to get a card back from what was delved when it attacks. And the first matchup with Elves, which luckily Plague Engineer was just really good against. Yeah, pretty fortunate. And now we're in game 1 against Rug Delver. But we kept a hand of, I think, 4 lands, 2 Swords to Plowshares, and a Noble Hierarch. And we got to hit some pretty good things. So we've hit 3 Arcanists so far. We got rid of a Hooting Mandrills. Our opponent opened with Volk into Preordain bottom, so we started off with Wasteland. But they had another land. But it was still nice to see if we could get them. Feels like a Goyf coming on. Okay, that's more than fine. Put on top. I am gonna put this on top. Play Thalia first, because then I can fetch and play Stoneforge around Force of Will. And if they want to force the Thalia, that's more than fine. They can't force this because the Thalia. I think they're trying to. I think I'm just going to get Batterskull, because it does put a bit of a... head on Thalia. Now the question is, do I want to go after the Volk? Because if I go after the Volk and they don't have another red source, they can't get rid of the Thalia. So I might actually do that. I think if they attack with the Goyf, I'm pretty happy to block and bounce. But I guess we'll see what happens here, because even without Thalia, we do have Cradle for Batterskull, which is nice. So to be fair, I think I actually like Thalia here, and I want to just block with the Stoneforge Mystic. Because we have Cradle, we can just play Batterskull next turn anyway. A second Knight is very good. Put on top. See what happens here. Yeah, okay, they can't beat the second Knight. Very nice. Hey JR, welcome. Congratulations, we actually opened your booster on stream, but if you send me a message, I'm sure, yeah, if you send me just a PM on Twitter, Jordan, I will get your details and I'll send it away to you. But you had a pretty good pack. Let me quickly have a quick look. I'm pretty sure it was this one. So you got a foil Elf, which is cool. You got a foil Triome, it's the Mardu one, and then also another Triome. The actual Abzan one, which is pretty cool. And then some other kind of cool cards, which you will see, hopefully not the too distant future. But he has a pretty pretty sweet pack. Very cool to open. So thanks for following, and yeah, you have to let me know when you get them. Delver. Skyclaves are great. Plagues are interesting. They can kind of turn off Dreadhorde, and obviously they're pretty good against Delver, but Oof is definitely coming out. I still don't mind the equipment. Hey Hendrik, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? You just wake up? Yeah, I guess in the US it's getting pretty early in the morning, so that's kind of nice. I always start when the US is pretty much around 3 a.m. So it's always tough to hit the US viewership. I think it might be Night of Autumn out and one Sylvan Library. And I don't mind the Thoughtseize. Maybe on the play. This game is all about Little Kaya. Track is actually pretty interesting as well. I'm going to see how this fares. You're from the Netherlands, usually play Turbodeps, but I've been giving more of a lands guy lately. Interesting. What's the Legacy scene like in the Netherlands? Oh, your main deck is Bug Zenith? Very cool. I'm a huge fan of the deck. This hand is pretty good. I'll keep this. You have Turn 1 Acceleration and also Abrupt Decay. And if a Wasteland goes after Dried Arbor, I'd be pretty happy. 10 a.m.? Ah, cool. Okay. Interesting. Cradle's going to be tough. Ooh, they might try to daze this. I probably wouldn't mind that. More modern orientated? Okay, interesting. Yes, this is exactly what we wanted. Because now the Wasteland isn't going after the Scrubland, and we get to play a turn 2 Thalia. Days, okay. I like getting Dry because I didn't want to go for an early play. I didn't want to not have an early play. Canopy. I can play Canopy here to make sure I have double... To make sure if I draw into a white source, I have double white for Skyclave. So this is interesting. I'm going to play it because I at least have the mana open to draw a card if they do try to hit it. But the Dryad's nice because it allows me to play around days if they don't have an answer to it. There's Thalia, which is pretty nice. It's actually really nice. Because, yeah, I guess my reasoning for the Dried Arbor was it's a turn 1 play. I don't have another great turn 1 play. And if it eats a Bolt or a Wasteland, I don't want my Scrubland in hand getting Wastelanded. And that's a pretty good hit either way. Plague. Rough. Wasteland. That's pretty interesting. Wasteland isn't doing much for me anyway, so I might as well try to go after the Volk. Yeah, unless if they have Bolt here and then Flashback Brainstorm. Yeah. And this is where the black splash can be a little bit rough, and of course the white. There is some consensus to not play the extra snow basic, but we do have 2 savannas, 2 bayous, and a scrubland. But yeah, this is looking pretty tough. Starting out on MTGO is interesting. It's obviously a pretty old client, but yeah, it's not the worst. Mana Traders is really good. Card Hoard is another option, which you can go with, who sponsored this channel. And you can actually find a link below which helps the channel out if you do go with them. Yikes. But yeah, definitely have a look. It's pretty good to use something like MTG Goldfish as a pretty good source for deck lists. I'm going to bring Thoughtseize in on the play. Hey McCheese, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. This is actually pretty tough. I'm not sure what I want to drop. Or if I do want to bring in the Thoughtseize. Maybe track is not where I want to be. It is pretty open to Bolt. And it is kind of a 4-drop because you do want to have the land straight away to get the ETB trigger. It might just be a Thalia, honestly. 2 in the deck seems fine because drawing multiples can be pretty rough. Especially now that they've moved towards something like... Dreadhorde Arcanist. Are you from Bendigo? Very cool. I'm going to mull this. I really want to have 1 piece of removal in my opening, and this just doesn't really cut it. The mana is also a little bit rough with the Wastelands, but it's pretty interesting. Something like, you know, turn 1 bird off Bayou, and they bolt the bird, untap, Wasteland them, Dried Arbor off the Green Suns. But then we're pretty like light on mana. We're relying on... We don't have any white mana then. Yikes. 1 lander. I'll definitely mull this. Pretty high curve as well with Questing Beast and Double Plague. Haha. I guess we'll keep this. No. Alright, I'll keep this. I'll keep Green Suns. This? 3 cards back, far out. Definitely isn't looking good. Honestly, against Rug, this is... I don't think there's a 4 that I can keep that would keep me in it. Other than, like, a Sylvan Library hand. Okay. At least I get to hit something valuable with this Abrupt Decay. Knights? Hey Peter, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Goes pretty good. I do have some good outs, but really playing off the top of the deck, whereas somewhere you don't want to play as Maverick. Hooting Mangels as well, yeah. I don't think there's really any cards getting me back from that, other than a 4 with Sylvan Library, perhaps. Just a rough one to do, but unfortunately that just happens sometimes. I don't think the 6 was a keep. The 1 land is just too cruel, and the 5, the 6 mana and Screw's Hand is, yeah, not getting me too far either. Rug's a tough one. Game 1 was lucky that they obviously didn't have answers to the Knights in Game 1, but that just happens sometimes. Oof. Definitely feeling the effects of a double up here. If you guys want to find me on YouTube, you can find me here. If you're on Twitter, you can find me here. I do some giveaways, which is cool. I did one tonight. Up against Marxus. Yeah. I'm gonna mulligan once. This is okay. I'll keep this in bottom 1 Wasteland. Sword's really nice because it turns a noble into a threat if we lose the use. So we'll just get a Savannah with the Windswept Heath. Hey Naz, very cool. Yeah, it was awesome to be on 90s MTG. If you guys want to check out 90s MTG, you can find them here. They play a lot of webcam Legacy with some really cool coverage. And yeah, it was awesome to be on. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, this time last year, I was definitely not taking paper Legacy for granted, but a lot can change in a year, I think we've seen in 2020. Yeah, so this is a version a little bit different to what Matt Vuk was running, but he ran a list with Stoneforge Mystic that I really liked. It does turn your mana dorks into threats late game, which is nice. It does give you a bit of an advantage against the FedEx, which you already have, but against some of the grindier decks, it does give you some advantage through cards like Sword of Fire and Ice. Obviously, Oko is a bit of an issue for turning off these, but if Oko is turning these into 3/3s, and then you answer the Oko with cards like Skyclave or Abrupt Decay, then you have some pretty nice outs to Oko, and then they have to deal with the 3/3s, which is kind of nice. Oh, there's an Echo. Do they have the LED? Hopefully not. Oh, they have the LED. Rough. Had the screws, but they had the LED. Chalice for 0? Interesting. Why would they play Chalice for 0? Surely they want to LED into more LEDs or Lotus Petals? What am I missing? I guess the echo is actually pretty nice if we get a turn, because if they echo into us getting Green Suns or Oof, it's going to be pretty hard for them to win through Oof, especially game 1. Wow. Okay. That's pretty good. Now I can see why they cast Chalice. And this isn't too bad. We still have the swords, which is pretty nice, but they could easily get out of this. Yeah, so I showed them they're playing the Chalice to actually just get rid of the, or get the Dago in play. So this is pretty nice. I do like this. Swords Dago. Play Bird. Wasteland this. Pass. There is some thought to not using the swords because we have Knight for Caracas. But I do like using my mana here in Birds, ramp myself, take my opponent off mana, and then also be able to deal with their threat. They're attacking me. Interesting. I think here we're just going to go for Ramanap and play back Wasteland. Seems pretty strong. Seeing their play was Great Furnace Pass. They got a Force Pitch Force. Okay. I could have played a land and I didn't. I did F6 there, unfortunately. That is definitely one thing to pick up when you when you play MTGO, is learn your clicks and your stops. Chalice on 1 isn't too bad. Green Suns. Noble. Of course you drew it now. Yeah, Hull Breach is pretty interesting. It's interesting to see that Opposition Agent hasn't seen as much play as it usually does. Or as I thought it would. But it is seeing some play in things like Bug Zenith. There's a few sort of mono black decks that are trying it out. This is more than fine because we have Caracas. Speak. Sometimes it just works out, let's be honest. turn this. Yeah, okay. Haha. Bing bing. Sideboarding's gonna be interesting. I do like Leyline because it shuts off Emery and that other card that we know about. Deafening Silence and Skyclave are really nice. This is where it's interesting. I might even just cut the Stoneforge Mystic package for this matchup. It's not that relevant, and there are better cards. Plague can also come. Second Library. They're probably playing Narset and Hull Breacher. I'm going to take these out. Oh, actually, that's pretty close to good. Might just be one night. I don't mind this. Deafening Silence pretty nice against some of their really busted turns. Yeah, Narset might not see a lot of play, but I think it's definitely worth mentioning, at least for people that aren't too familiar with what Mono Blue Urza does. Collect Youth is a big card in this matchup, especially as a Green Suns target. It's really nice at turning off a lot of their fast starts. Deafening Silence really good for this deck as well. Maverick has a pretty good time from turns 2 onwards against combo, but those really fast decks can trample us before you even get a hate bear down. So Deafening Silence is a great printing because it allows us to play something on the field before our opponent can hopefully kill us, and hopefully makes our opponent stumble enough for us to be able to find another hate bear to actually apply some more pressure, some more disruption, find another creature, more pressure, and just keep that sort of building up through multiple creatures. Hey Inked, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Santa's interesting. Obviously not great against a Chalice, but not the worst. I think I am going to mulligan it though. We did bring in Leyline, but I don't think that's a reason to mulligan. This is a turn 1 Swords or a turn 1 Bird. And then we nearly have Skyclave for Chalice if Chalice is the card. What gives this deck the Maverick name? There's a few things. So some people said it was quite a left field deck at the time, which is what Maverick is kind of defined as. Another is that the creator, their MTGO name was Maverick with a @ sign as the A. You can find out more information here. This is a tough one. Chalice is the big card that I'm thinking of, but I think I will keep it. It does have mana. It has some interaction with both Swords and Skyclave, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's interesting because it's a deck that doesn't necessarily have a name that's based on a card in the deck. Ah, okay. Well, there's one Echo. Most likely just buy you into Dried Arbor here for us. Yep. Pedal. Okay. Seat. So now Mox is online. Huh. But nothing. Ooh, Deafening Silence is huge. What time is it here? It is currently 11:31 p.m. I think the play is Abrupt Decay on Mox, and then play Deafening Silence. I can't exile the Seat because it is a target non-land permanent. But I do like Deafening Silence here. Yeah, sadly I can't exile the land. I guess I can hit the Lotus Petal if I wish, but if they have a Hull Breacher, that's pretty rough. Oh, I could also Green Suns for Collector Oof. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's really good. Let's do that. You live in Denmark? Very cool. Huge fan of Denmark. Oh, it resolves and they float nothing? Wow. Wow, okay. Surely they have Dismember? Have I been to Denmark? I haven't. But I would love to one day get there. I'm definitely not attacking. I guess unless they have Hull Breacher. I do have Abrupt Decay anyway, so I can see what they have. And then just play Deafening Silence, hold up Abrupt Decay. I don't mind that. I got nothing. Wasteland. It's pretty good. Let's attack first. See if they do anything. Yeah, I'm not too sure what they could have to get back into this game, but we'll see. No spiders, I promise. Yeah, thankfully we get there, which is nice. We can try to go for the 4-1, which is always nice. It's always nice to win the 3 as well, just to know you could go... Like, 3-2 isn't the worst. 3-2 is a positive, so... That's always pretty cool. Apologies for eating on stream as well. I don't usually, but these nuts are really nice, and I've just had a beer, so... Haven't played against any real fair decks yet. Nothing like lands or death and taxes, so we'll see how these go. Yikes. Bull mulligan this. Yeah. Pretty slow. I think it's the sword, but... Flooded Strand. Beast. Not what I want to see at this stage. Force pitching, force negation, that's fine. Volk. Okay. Trop. Interesting. Bug. Oh, Wasteland on the bayou is pretty good here. Yep. Rough. That's a big wound. Would you still have the outs of like Swords to Plowshares? Okay, that's a start. For its hardcast days. I guess we're not dead. Yes. Rough. Keep a bad hand, get a bad game. Oof can come out. I do like the Skyclaves. I do like Thalia. I think that was the only trade-off we made last time. I don't mind going down on Sylvan Library and bringing in Tracker. Kai is also pretty interesting. I'm just going to bring in Kai to see how it goes. But yeah, sadly you can just get some rough hands, and then you obviously not playing Brainstorm or Ponder, it is a little bit harder to move out of them, but that can just happen sometimes. This is an okay hand. Turn 1 Swords into turn 2 Stoneforge if I want. I don't like Triple Plague. I think we have enough answers to it to not try to play around it. Ponder's okay. I'm just going to get Sword here. It's enough of a threat for them to have to deal with the Stoneforge Mystic. Batterskull will just be a little bit dead in our hand. This is where you can get stuck without a Mana Dork start. Obviously, this deck plays a pretty large amount of 3-drops, so having that turn 1 mana dork is really nice. Allows you to either accelerate into a 3-drop on turn 2, or play around days on as early as turn 2 with a 2-drop. Yeah, Cradle should come out. This is a matchup that obviously punishes you pretty early on, so it doesn't really allow you to go wide, so I can definitely see Cradle being a card you take out. And this is exactly why it's not the greatest. Yeah. Float a white, but they'll probably just go to the second phase. Yeah. I'm not coming back from that, unfortunately. Probably just a bad keep, and probably even just the sideboarding was pretty poor there. So we did go 3-2, but down against Rug twice, which I would say is probably a poor matchup for Maverick. It just doesn't line up very well. It's okay when you have your removal, but a lot of the time they're putting real pressure on your Swords to Plowshares. You got to draw into your Abrupt Decays, and then sometimes they'll have Hooting Mandrills, which can be really tough to deal with. So you can't always think that Abrupt Decay is going to line up well, and usually if you have your Swords to Plowshares lines, they might have Oko, which can be pretty tough. I could have played for basics, but I kind of wanted to go wide with Jewels to just not worry about Wasteland, because if I did get stuck with 1 Jewel and basics, and I only had that 1 Jewel to cast my Abrupt Decays or Plagues, if I got Wastelanded off that, then I'd be stuck with those in hand. I just didn't think my opponent would start off with a double Wasteland line again in game 2, but obviously they found it, which was really good. But yeah, I think obviously Cradle in that matchup isn't that great, and I should think about more about taking it out. But that is me. A huge thank you to you guys for coming in and watching. 2 leagues. The second one a little bit better than the first, but obviously not where I want Maverick to be. I think I'll be back on Wednesday with some Punishing Maverick, which should be pretty fun. I think Kloth is pretty well positioned, and it's really nice to have some blast effects in the board, so that should be pretty sweet. A huge thank you to everyone. I hope you're enjoying your holidays. A huge thank you to new followers. Congratulations to the winners of the giveaways. That's it. I'm Dix on Twitch. You can find me at YouTube here. You can find me on Twitter as well. I'm going to see who else is streaming quickly and see if we can raid anyone. Because usually there's some streamers on. True Hero's on. Sweet. So we're going to raid. Is that True Hero? Nice. A huge thank you once again. We'll see you next time. Hopefully with a better performance. Cheers.